Okay, we are live.
1 second. What is the screen? Oh, sorry. What's the screen? The one that we're seeing. What is this? Oh, yeah, I don't know why it's. I'm joining now. Are we good? We're good? Okay, good. Good morning. You should have the screen up, Joe. Good morning. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals review session for October 31st, 2023. For the record, 2023. For the record, Commissioner Otley Brown will be joining us remotely. Please note there are no public testimony during the review session. You get your opportunity when we open it up to the public during the hearing process. The first items will be second call items from yesterday's calendar. Item 2022-38BZ 4902 4920 14th Avenue, Brooklyn.
Can you give me the number?
2022-38BZ 4902 4920 14th Avenue, Brooklyn.
Yeah. So we're going to do this as a third call by the end
Actually, I don't think they're going to be able to get, DOT responded that they had no further comments, but they have to draft the sign off and they don't think it will come today, the final sign off.
So we will have to defer it and schedule this for the November hearing.
Okay, so this is deferred.
Thank you.
Thanks.
The next item is 2023-09A 43 Cunard Avenue, Staten Island. We received an email from the Fire Department Liaison, Deputy Chief John Daly, stating that they have no objections.
Right. And thank you, Chief Daly, for looking into it. So now that we have the sign off, I make a motion. Commissioners, actually, are you all okay with it? Okay, everybody's nodding in agreement. Approve with condition that the building shall be sprinklered and builder's pavement plan shall be reviewed and approved by DOB/DOT prior to the issuance of TCO. So with that, motion to approve.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application is granted. The third item is 2019-190A 40-1728th Avenue, Queens.
We received the withdrawal letter for this appeals case, so motion to withdraw without
Chair-
prejudice, I guess.
Yeah, Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been withdrawn. Okay, now we're on to the October 31st calendar. Zoning calendar, continued hearing items, 2021-14BZ 2010 Victory Boulevard, Staten Island.
Okay. So the application was last heard on July 25th. And the board had raised several concerns, especially with regards to noise, treatment of the lot line conditions, vehicular circulation, not only within the site, but also its impact on Wheeler and Victory Boulevard and the operational flow, especially the operational program. So the applicant, we received two sets of response from the applicant. I'll go over the revised plan. Okay. So want to go over the revised plan that's been submitted. So I would say the revised plan does respond to some of the concerns and that were raised, including widening the width of the planting bed along the lot lines, eastern and southern lot line. And the sections of these lot line conditions also have been provided. Which shows that the fence heights vary, but closest to the residential portion, the fence heights would be anywhere from 11 to 15 foot high. And along the eastern portion, which is abutting commercial use, it would be more about 8 foot high or so. However, the previous plan did include some kind of it did include an initial AVC diagram analysis, the proposed plan set is missing that. The applicant needs to show the sound propagation diagram in a plan and an elevation format. If the applicant is not familiar with that, we can provide a sample. So the applicant can demonstrate that the combination of the fence height, acoustical fence, and the acoustical measures that are being applied, and the AVC material would not result in sound propagation beyond the lot line, and that would be that would negatively impact the residential properties abutting the side lot lines. With regards to the reservoir space, now there's for the queuing area, there are 13 queuing area. It seems there'll be 10 in the initial, and then be 2 separate ones. One, if vehicles are approaching from a Wheeler, there'll be 2 sets of additional reservoir spaces if they're approaching from Wheeler, and 2 sets of reservoir spaces if they're approaching from Victory Boulevard. Also, internal circulation has been revised by providing 2 additional parking spaces, as they call it, the line busting parking spaces, where basically if somebody's order is going to take longer than the 100-second turnover, then they would be asked to wait in the parking area, and their delivery would be brought to them. This way, the idea is that the space at which the reservoir vehicles queuing up for drive-through will not get delayed. The applicant also submitted an operational management plan, and in that it identified 5 queuing management plans, one being an overtime parking space, point of sale, in-field staff development, outside meal delivery, drive-through line closure, and mobile ordering. I'm assuming all 5 would be in place at this site. And the applicant states that using one of the basic these basic techniques, it would result in the dedicated overtime space during peak queuing formation. But you know, I just need to understand a little bit more if all 5 are going to be applicable. Applicant also provided some more detail with regards to trash pickup and deliveries. I do have concerns regarding the timeline that's been provided. As the statement states, there'll be trash pickup 7 days of the week, and it will be happening during the hours of midnight to 1 p.m. And the garbage trucks will be entering from Wheeler Avenue curb cut and exit onto Victory Boulevard. And similarly, the deliveries also will be arriving from Wheeler Avenue after 12 a.m. I do have concern, partly because this would be abutting residential buildings. And since it would be, if it is to be held during after hours of operation, all the entry and exits of trash vehicles and deliveries should be from Victory Boulevard and not from Wheeler Avenue. Because it will affect the residential uses abutting the lot line fronting Wheeler Avenue. A revised draft builder's payment plan has been submitted, but I have to say I had a little bit of difficulty reading it because it had a lot of these saved notes dotted all throughout the plan, so I really couldn't read the plan properly. So it's my technical inability that I did not know how to switch off those notes that were inputted into the plan. Those are my initial comments for today. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I have no additional comments. I did second your comments with regard to the time of the pickup, the delivery, and the trash pickups. But my question is Wheeler only an exit on these plans?
Wheeler is both entry and exit.
So there shouldn't be an issue with them using Wheeler then for an entry to pick up and for the deliveries and for their.
I do have, no, what I'm saying is I do have concern about Wheeler being used as an entry and exit by trash pickup and for delivery after midnight.
Okay, so you would want it to
It
be,
should be off Victory because that's a
okay.
commercial thoroughfare, so it should be done off Victory
Vic-
Boulevard and
I would-
not off Willow.
I certainly agree with that. I have nothing
Okay.
further.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown?
I was happy to see that they memorialized all of their line busting techniques in a narrative so that this way we have that as part of the written record. Ultimately, the success of the ability to move people onto and off of this site efficiently is really going to come down to the implementation of those line busting techniques. And so I think that Starbucks National is very on point with the implementation of those types of techniques because they do have long queues in just about every drive-through site that they have. And so I feel confident that they're going to stress to their employees that this is something that must be done at the first sign of a backup. And so I'm fine with the project as it is now.
And you've seen Starbucks implement this, all of these line busting techniques?
I've seen Starbucks implement the mobile ordering. I've seen Starbucks implement the pullover line busting. I've seen Starbucks do the mobile ordering pullovers as well, where you can, instead of even getting on the queue, you can mobile order, and there are parking spots that are dedicated for mobile order people. So I've seen quite a few of these being implemented. And while I've really frequented the one in St. Louis the most, but that one was a drive-through Starbucks that definitely was in the morning, always busy. So, and they never had a queue that went out onto the street, ever.
Okay, good to know. And I guess this would be a question for the applicant. Are they planning to use all 5 techniques listed in the line busting? I'm assuming you can use all of them. It doesn't have to be one or the other, and if and they seem to be not codependent or something like that.
We approved one on Richmond Road that did use all 5.
Oh, they
of the
did.
line, and I passed by there every once and again. It certainly,
It works.
it doesn't, and the line does not queue into the street.
Okay, that's good to know. Okay, good to know. Thank you. Okay. Commissioner Sheta?
Thank you, Chair. The only concern I had last hearing was about noise. Like you mentioned, Chair, last hearing, the applicant implemented some cross-sections showing the propagation of the sound coming from the menu board. The AVC was supposed to be utilized since the last hearing. In this hearing, there is a statement from the applicant about the AVC that says that since we're using AVC is going to reduce the noise levels below the ambient. This is, I believe this is a confusion. AVC does not reduce the noise levels below the ambient. What AVC does is it senses the ambient level, and then what it adds on top of that is just 15 dBA. And the applicant and his team's job is to design the propagation process in such a way to ensure 2 things. Number one, that ambient plus the 15, when it starts traveling from the menu board and it hits the fence, and you take out whatever the fence is gonna infiltrate, filter out, the remaining is not more the ambient. So if you lose during the travel from the menu board to the fence, if the signal loses 15 dBA or more, it's good because whatever is going to pass through is less than the ambient. The other thing, and this is what's missing in this submission, is to make sure that when the signal travels upward to curve over the fence, whatever is going to hit the top of the fence and pass through the adjacent property is not going to be more the ambient. Right. And in this case, in the second case, there is no contribution for the fence filtrating any noise here because the signal is passing above the fence. These 2 exercises should be looked at, and they need to be presented in a diagrammatic vertical sections. And I believe that the most critical, I'll share my screen just to save him some time. That I believe the most critical point to do that is here, like that section, this. I'm not sure if you
Which
can see the
section?
cursor.
I cannot see the cursor.
Here,
That
Yeah.
one.
yeah, this is the shortest, this is the shortest travel distance to the fence, or maybe that one. But I believe, section H has a higher differential in elevation.
Yeah, it's
So
about
the fence is
15
gonna be
feet.
taller, apparently taller,
Right.
to block the signal, but if they go with that spot, still residential property, and the distance probably is a little bit shorter, and the elevation differential is less. So this is, I believe this is the critical section. If they analyze that and they submit it to us and it's good, I'm good with the noise issue.
Yeah, I don't think we have a section for that
We-
particular, no, actually there is, it's a IE.
Yeah, we do have a section, but without the noise propagation on it.
Right,
Yeah,
okay,
what I'm saying is, they don't need to do 1G and 1H and 1E. There is no need to do all that. Since we know the section that's most critical, they can just present the noise propagation on that one. And if they are good to go, we're done.
okay. Well, we still need the DOT.
I'm talking about this
Right.
specific issue.
Yeah, okay. fair.
Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I agree with your comments. I think all deliveries, especially anything, maybe even before midnight, but perhaps all deliveries should enter and exit on Victory, because Wheeler is a very quiet residential street, and the first house is right up against that driveway. So I definitely second that. And then, I don't know if it makes sense to show now how to deal with the dots, but I can quickly show you, just because we've all gotten our computers updated recently, so I just want to. Because this is what you were saying, right?
Yes,
Just so the applicant, everyone understands that this is sometimes how we get
this
it.
is what we get.
And
You gotta download.
all you gotta do is download it. Then you go to your downloads folder.
Okay,
It removes the.
Because something about viewing it through the SharePoint keeps all the comments as active bubbles, but
got it.
sorry, that should load, but yeah. and
Okay.
it just disappeared.
Oh.
So,
Wow, okay, thank you.
so if you want to look at it in between, but I have
I
nothing
would-
further on the case.
Okay, thank you. I look at it during the break. Yes, Commissioner Sheta.
I'm not sure if this is gonna like affect the application, but the applicant mentioned that the adjacent lot 1 is owned by the owner of the subject lot. So I'm not sure if this is relevant to the application, but I just wanted to.
Right, well, yes, we know that is part of the zoning law. This is one portion of the zoning law
Yes.
that is before us. And as you know, the drive-through is on the abutting tax lot, lot 1 that you're referring to. And the applicant has an access easement drafted, but I think we need to go beyond that. And a restrictive deck is what we have initiated a discussion with the applicant. And the applicant is willing to put together a restrictive deck with regards to the access and the line busting parking space that may be on the lot 1.
Okay.
So we just want to make sure that as part of the restrictive deck, whatever the need that arises from the special permit would be addressed within the zoning lot.
Okay, you got it. Thank you.
Any questions? We have a draft restrictive deck, but it is in its very premature state. So I do want to circulate it with to the commissioners once a little bit more detail is built into it. So you will get a chance to look at it once it's a little bit more baked. Any other questions or comments, commissioners?
Thank you.
Okay, let's then move on to the next.
Okay, so we're calling McDonald and ABT together.
Yes, and I think the lineup that is posted, it's 27 and 29, so
Right, so the
So-
next item is 2023-04 BZ and 20207 BZ, 2170 McDonald Avenue, Brooklyn. And also 2023-05 BZ, 321 Avenue T, Brooklyn.
okay, just give me a second. What happened? Oh no, something happened. Hold on, okay. Okay. Sorry, my apologies. I'm just having a little bit of a technical moment. So the initial hearing on both of these applications were heard on August 8th. While the board agreed that the ask was minimal, board had asked for more clarification regarding creating one zoning lot, neighborhood oh no, this is, yes, no, this is it.
McDonald Avenue.
Yes, regarding creating one zoning lot, neighborhood character, noise and traffic and site selection. So the applicant submitted its response regarding the merging of the two lots into one zoning lot. The applicant had stated at the last hearing was that the two sites are have separate owners. A site lot on Avenue Avenue T is owned by the school, and McDonald site is on a long-term lease. And the owner of McDonald Avenue site is not interested in selling the site or its development rights to the abutting school site. And because of the ownership structure, it seems, as the applicant states, that it's not possible to do a zoning lot merger. But I don't know if that also rules out the Zelda. And that was something that was raised by our council. And I don't know if a response to that was provided in the documents that we saw. With regards to enlarging the existing building vertically, the applicant provided a letter from an engineer stating the difficulties in such enlargement. My question was regarding the construction difficulty. I want to ensure from the engineer if the building at 2128 McDonald that two fronts on the elevated subway line and is a taller building, how was that constructed, and how was the staging achieved for that site? And that site also is built by the school that is run by the same school system. With regards to the structural issue, I would like the engineer to confirm that the assessment was based on a review of the structural drawings of this subject building. And the reason I'm stating that is because it seems the response was quite generic. I don't know it was specifically tailored towards this particular building and its construction. Regarding disruption to the school function, that is a reasonable concern, but that also depends on the type of structural work that needs to be undertaken, construction method, and therefore its duration. So I felt the response was very generic. It was not specific to this site, specific to this program, and it needs to be clarified more for me to be absolutely sure that it's not at all possible. In addition to the existing school on the subject building, the board had granted a variance and a special permit for the elementary school of Megan David Shiva back in 2001 for a site that is located at 2128 and 2130 McDonald Avenue site. Both of these sites are located on the subject block to the north of the site. The board needs to be mindful of not only the conditions that were placed on the subject side, but also the similar issues that were raised with the site to the north, especially regarding noise, traffic, and accessory parking. So I am concerned about the impact that would be caused by filling in the open area to the south. Regarding the, on the McDonald Avenue side, that is, regarding the elementary school building located at 2128 and 2130 McDonald Avenue, my question to the applicant is, are there possibilities of co-sharing some of the common spaces, especially outdoor play area or gym or library recreation space? And my other question is, what about the building on lots 26, 28, and 29? That seems to be used by school and it is under the same ownership. With regards to the noise attenuation, I would like to know the status of the DEP review. And if there has been any change in the land use or change in noise measurement methodology, at a minimum, any enlargement or new construction would need to be attenuated similarly to the development at 2128 and 2130 and 2170 McDonald sites. I also want the applicant to confirm that the current operation complies with the previous conditions related to noise attenuation at the subject McDonald site, McDonald Avenue site. Also want a clarification as to why no rooftop play area was permitted on 2128 and 2130 McDonald site. It was a condition of the grant, so I want to understand that. With regards to traffic, per 2001 resolution, the school is for students in grades 1 through 8, and this is for the other McDonald Avenue site. It's for 1 through 8. And the stated hours of operation is from 7:15 a.m. to 5:15 p.m. And for that, the school safety guards have to be there from 2:30 a.m. to 8:30 a.m. in the morning and 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. in the evening. So the arrival and departure hours vary from the DOT comment letter response that was submitted recently. So that's why I'm asking this question. With regards to the school safety guard for the elementary school, do they also cover the ECC Early Childhood Center? And if so, the stated hours for the school safety guard for the elementary school in the resolution, which is, as I stated, is 7:30 a.m. to 8:30 a.m. and 4 p.m. to 5 p.m., this would not cover the Early Childhood Center. The DOT response letter assumes a lesser number of cars under the future with action than the existing condition. So I was not clear from the document how that was arrived at. I would like the applicant to clarify that. As part of the conditions of the grant for the 2128 and 2130 McDonald site, an accessory parking for 67 spaces for faculty and staff was required at 2050 McDonald Avenue. And for the purpose of the subject to sites and issues that's been raised by the neighbors regarding faculty parking, my question is there additional parking space available at 2050 McDonald for parking? Was a survey conducted of the faculty regarding carpooling and where they park? Are vans used for the elementary school also? Provide an operational plan for both the Early Childhood Center and the existing operational plan for the elementary school. It was asked at the last hearing also. And those are my questions. A very detailed chain of title was provided. I was satisfied with that. Okay, Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I'm satisfied with this application. This is a small ask. There are taller buildings in the area. The corner lot, I do want to note that the corner lot currently has a structure that the fence is actually in what is supposed to be the sidewalk. So I believe when the proposed structure is built, it would actually be, for all intents and purposes, a setback to what the original building is right now. With regard to the noise attenuation from the roof playground, I'm not very concerned because of the elevated train line, because there is an elevated train line. Excuse me. Now, while sometimes I may feel that my own children, especially on Halloween, are more of a noise disturbance than a passing by train, I think that's just due to my bias on trains. Finally, there have been a few upzonings, at least 2 upzonings on McDonald Avenue, not far from here. So at this point, I do not have any objections to the application, although I do want the applicant to respond to your questions because I believe that they are relevant and pertinent to smart and purposeful development. Nothing further.
Thank you. And the reason you raised the upzoning was related to, because did they facilitate school or did they facilitate all types of development?
They were school. I think one of them was a school.
One was a
school and one was a residential building. And I believe was upzoned to an R7.
Okay, so you're raising this more in terms of the density.
Yeah, and I believe that most McDonald Avenue will be upzoned and so I'm not, and with regards to the density,
Right, we cannot,
I'm not gonna speculate.
we
or
cannot
opine.
speculate because this has to go through a full ULURP and
Mhm.
public review, and we do not know what the status and.
But
with
as
that.
it stands now, I don't think this would be much of a difference in the neighborhood. It wouldn't be a shock to the neighborhood. It'd be consistent with what the current development is now.
I don't know, I think the community may
May-
have a different take on it, but we will let the community express. But our job in this case is for the projects to meet the variance and the special permit findings. Going back to the special permit, site selection, I don't think that was responded to at this submission. I know Commissioner Otley Brown looks into this a lot more carefully than I did. So this would be a perfect segue to Commissioner Otley Brown.
We didn't do site selection for this case.
Because this is also a special permit.
It's a variant.
Right, but we did not do site selection. I know the other case, we had questions about site selection. But I don't believe we did for the McDonald Avenue one, with the idea that McDonald Avenue site was already chosen. So it already went through
That's
the
true.
site selection process the first time around.
Right, and we don't have to do it for the Avenue 2 because that's just a variance. Right,
Yeah.
okay. And
But my question originally had to do with the enlargement of the school and the effect on the mode of travel back and forth, and whether or not the site would be able to accommodate what I thought would be about 24 vans once the ECC student body was enlarged. So they did address that issue, and they talked about the fact that yes, I was right that the number of vans used was definitely going to go up. They actually estimate it'll go up to 28 vans that would accommodate 364 students. And they talked about the fact that they are fortunate in that they have two sites on McDonald, the variance site that we're talking about now, and also the site to the north, which is the elementary school. And they say that the combined frontage on McDonald due to both is around 600 linear feet. And that fact, along with the fact that they're going to be staggering their arrival and dismissal of the elementary school and then the ECC in the morning, and then the dismissal of the elementary school and then the ECC in the afternoon, they're staggered by a half an hour, shows that they would be able to fit all of those vans more or less on that frontage without backing up McDonald Avenue. So if they do stay with those tight windows of arrival and dismissal for both schools, I think it is possible, because if a van is like 30 feet long, you could fit probably close to 15 to 20 vans at any one time, which means that you can cycle through 28 vans in probably like 20 minutes. They could probably tell you it would happen even less than that. So I thought it was believable. The key is going to be making sure that they stick to their arrival and dismissal time periods to ensure that they don't have too much of a backup. Now, as for the modal split in the proposed versus the existing, I just noticed one thing. The amount of students carpooling in the proposed student body actually goes down, and as a result, the percentage of students carpooling goes down pretty dramatically, and it's all shifted into the amount of students going into the van transportation. And I just was curious, how are they going to convince all of these parents to start utilizing the vans? And if they could just address that, that would be great.
that was my concern, is that the carpooling goes down significantly. And while I understand with the increase in the student body, you would see an increase in the van, but it didn't still answer that same question that you're raising, is why does the carpooling go down? And that needs to be a lot more clearly developed, because that is that would be the biggest concern in terms of disrupting the quick in and out of the flow of van traffic and other vehicular traffic on McDonald Avenue, and not blocking any other vehicular movement along McDonald Avenue. Yes. Thank you. Commissioner Sheta.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, the only point I want to raise is the engineering letter that we got. Like you indicated, Chair, it's very general. It doesn't dive into the details of the existing building. In order to make that like letter more convincing from engineering perspective, they need to indicate that they already looked at the sizes and the structural system of the existing building. So far, when you read through the letter, it's talking about existing building, any existing building, which means that this is kind of a typical language if you want to add on top of an existing building. But if they looked at, and I believe they should have done this, if they looked at the existing columns, the loadings, the structural system, they evaluated the anticipated loads, and they concluded that the existing columns cannot support these kind of loads, and in case of adapting the enlargement strategy, they're gonna need to add some reinforcement, they're gonna need to add some foundations. We need them to like put that into the letter, and then we can move forward and just like forget about the enlargement idea.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. The only thing I want to add to this discussion, as a lot has been said already.
Is your microphone on?
Sorry. Yeah,
Thanks.
the only thing I want to add to this discussion, since a lot has been said already, is that there was some discussion of site selection at the last hearing, and the applicant did have a small blurb in their response to the comments and in the statement of facts.
Wasn't that for Avenue T?
I'm sorry. You're right. But we're talking about both cases.
Yeah, we're
right.
talking about both cases.
Because you were asking about the special permit site selection.
Right.
Wait, sorry. But that
Oh,
would be-
I didn't realize we're doing Avenue T as well.
I called both of them,
Yeah,
Commissioner.
we're doing both.
Oh, okay, all right, yeah, I was waiting for that one to talk about that one, but go ahead, you go.
No, I mean, I'd much rather you talk about it, but I just wanted to bring it up because it seemed like we would then skip over it entirely. But that was the only thing I wanted to note. I had nothing further.
You want to go back to Commissioner?
Yeah, I want to go back to Commissioner Otley Brown regarding the site select, Avenue T. And I just want to make sure, Commissioners, we're talking about both cases, so all your comments, okay. So only Commissioner Otley Brown you need, okay, go ahead.
So as for their new site search analysis, didn't seem new at all. It just seemed like it reiterated the previous statement that out of the 14 sites that could accommodate 45,000, only 2 are actually available. And then out of those 2, one's under construction and one can only accommodate 30,000 square feet in the as of right portion of the site. So as far as I'm concerned, their site search really only contains 2 sites. And if the board is okay with the fact that there's really only 2 sites they looked at, then, you know, I guess it's acceptable. But to talk about the other 12 sites that aren't even available doesn't make any sense to me.
Right. I think the analysis here, I find it has to be somewhat more nuanced for this case. You have an existing school already, and you have 2 schools, even though one school is not quite providing the operational need, but the synergy is critical, especially in terms of the van parking and other things. And but you have an existing school, and all you're doing is you're doing an enlargement of this existing school to the site next door. So you have to look for a much bigger site, which is absolutely ready to take on the existing school and the new school all at the same time. And I think that would be challenging to find such a big site. Yeah, and that's really what the applicant has to show. Do you have a site ready for occupancy for that, for both combined sites? And what are the other factors were you looking for? Were you looking for synergy of the parking space, van drop-off pickup, that you benefit from your sister school that is located 2 doors down? All of those other things also become critical, because sometimes parents do have 2 children. One goes to ECC, another one goes to elementary, you know, so you drop both of them off or something like that.
Right. I think their criteria really focused in on the ECC alone, but it did talk about how they need to have the entire ECC located together to economize their administrative and building staff. And
Yeah.
I understand that. And so in that case, I'd be, willing to consider just 2 sites, but I think they should drop off the other 12 sites because they really aren't available. So to me, there's no sense in even talking about them. And as you said, it would make their argument even stronger if they add in the fact that they needed to be co-located near the elementary school, because the fact of the matter is a lot of the parents are the same parents who are going to the ECC just with older siblings and need to be in a close enough space geographically to both schools. And that would finish it off.
Yeah. So
But
something,
this,
yeah,
I would just say this should just be like a special situation where we allow it to just be 2 sites, because
Yes.
it's not always going to be like this.
Well,
Yes.
this is unique in that regard.
Right.
yeah. So we all agree. So they do need to modify the site selection with regards to Avenue T. And as discussed, kind of factor these into your elements of the needs and the site selection, and drop off all the other sites. Only 2 sites can be discussed and why they're not viable for these various reasons. Any other questions or comments? Thank you all for your very review. All right.
I
Oh,
have a comment.
Sorry, Ms. Benke has.
No problem. I just wanted to update that a revised EAS responding to DOT comments and including a noise study was submitted on October 13th, and then a noise backup data on October 25th. The noise study said the predominant source of noise is the train traffic, and they are proposing a window wall attenuation of 36 dBA. We sent the items to DEP and DOT for review.
Okay. 35 dBA, window wall attenuation, 35 dBA, okay.
36. Yeah.
Oh, 36. Okay. 36. Which is different from the existing?
I believe so.
But we still need to know whether the existing building is complying with the prior conditions.
Okay, we'll check on that.
So it's interesting, it's the traffic, it's not the train traffic, train noise.
It is the train noise, yes.
It is the train noise. You
Yes.
said traffic, but you said.
Yeah, actually, the way it reads is train traffic. So that's why I said that.
Okay, train traffic. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Move on.
I think that should be a note then, but that is being reviewed by DEP.
Yes, they haven't looked.
Based
at
on
that.
their approval, a note to that effect needs to be added to the plan set for Avenue T and for McDonald.
Okay.
And the question remains for McDonald is, what is the existing noise attenuation? If it is meeting the prior, it's only the change, the modification area or whatever the board approves would have to provide the 36 dBA. But, right?
To look into that, yeah.
Yeah, so we need to know if that 36 dB applies for both the McDonald and Avenue T.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Move on.
Yes.
You ready?
2023-03 BZ, 519 Jerome Street, Brooklyn.
Okay. The initial hearing on this application was held on August 8. Board had expressed concerns about the proposed three-family development and had directed the applicant to revise the plan. The application, again, as a reminder, is an as-of-right residential development, and the ask is a waiver of the side yard. And an additional waiver is being requested, which is a waiver of the planting requirement on the front yard. And that is because of the parking. So the applicant needs to submit a revised DOB objection sheet. It refers to it, the documents refers to it, but I did not see one. With regards to the revised application, the applicant has eliminated the cellar and the basement and is continuing to retain a 3-dwelling unit, 2-bedroom unit in a 3-story building, and is providing 2 parking spaces in the front yard, and because of which the planting waiver is being requested pursuant to zoning resolution section 23-451. This needs to be reflected in the revised statement of facts. I did not see any a revised statement of fact. The proposed floor area is also reduced, which is less than the maximum permitted built-up area of FAR 1.65, but is more than the general non-predominantly built-up floor area of 1.25 FAR. The cover letter states that the number of lots in the study area with dwelling units. I would like the applicant to provide a map that shows that supports the argument. It's easier to see the maps and understand where they are populated, the proximity of these dwelling units. Regarding the predominantly built-up analysis, the applicant refers to a DOB memo from Ernesto Cocoliccio from November 35th. That's wrong. That number doesn't exist in anybody's calendar, from 1987. I would like a copy of that letter, and I hope it's not November 35th. The board is not waiving the underlying zoning FAR. Should DOB determine it does not qualify as a predominantly built-up area, then the proposed FAR would be void and thus would require a modification of the variance. For the board to consider waiving of the planting requirement, the applicant needs to justify the reason and provide an analysis of the front yard context with regards to address finding C. Zoning sections referenced in the zoning chart and in the plan for height and setback is incorrect. It should be zoning resolution section 23-631D and not E. E is applicable for R5B district. This is an R5 district. Also, the plan and site plan indicates the areas need to submit a plan and the site plan indicating the areas of waiver. Shade the area where the side yard is required and the setbacks and the height is required. Balcony is being proposed, and the balcony needs to comply with zoning resolution section 23-131. So specifically in balconies in R1, R5 district, it says at a level of the second story, the aggregate width of such balconies is not limited, but at a level of the third story or higher, such aggregate width shall not exceed 50% of the width at the level of the plane surface of the building wall from which the balconies project. I don't believe the width, therefore, of the balconies proposed comply with that requirement. It seems to be more than 50%. Also, at the last hearing, the question regarding common ownership of lots 17 and 18 was raised. The applicant has provided a clarification, and it seems the lots 17 and 18 were in common ownership from 1977 to 2021. My question is regarding the sales in 1980. There was a sale in 1980 that was only for lot 17, which was sold to George Ryan, and it was separate from the abutting lots 114, 113, 112, 111. And they also used to contain an abutting rows of houses that were demolished along with the attached home that was located on the subject site. So it seems this subject site, along with the lots 114 to 1111, had row houses. Those were demolished. And somehow or the other, when government took ownership of it, portion of the lot was sold to George Ryan, and the remaining portions don't know whether it was sold to George Ryan or not. So I want that clarification. Was only lot 17 sold to George Ryan and not the rest of the lot, or was the entirety of lot 17 and what is now 114, 113, 112, and 111 was also sold to George Ryan? The analysis provided by Urban Cartography regarding the benefit, if any, achieved by common ownership was helpful. But again, I need that question that I raised about common ownership of lot 17 and what is now 114, 113, 112, and 111. Because that to me would be a concern. And we also received a community board approval for this project. I believe we have open secra still on this, Ms. Benke. We have open hazmat.
I think this is the type. two.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Oh,
This is the multifamily dwelling.
maybe I misread. Okay.
I
All
think
right.
that was the last one. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right. Sorry. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a question. Did you find that when it was under common ownership, did you find that during that time of common ownership, they created a condition that they're now complaining of?
So I understand. Let's take it it's a two-way of analysis. If, let's say, the government, after demolishing all those sites, 5 sites, decided to parcel off one of the sites to George Ryan and the remaining 4 to another developer, then that's fine.
Okay,
If, let's say, it was parceled off, all 5 sites were parceled off, sold to George Ryan, and he then at some point sold off
he created the condition.
then it's creating a condition, and that would be an issue.
Okay, I have nothing further.
Right.
I have no further comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown?
I really just have one remaining question. My question before had to do with the e-finding and their proposal of a 3-family home and whether or not that would be giving them an undue advantage that the other tax lots surrounding them did not have. And so they did answer with a statement that within the surrounding 4 blocks, there are 26 3-family homes. But I couldn't find the backup information, and I found that would be helpful because they need to give us some context out of how many homes and how many 2-family and 1-family homes are there. So if it's 26 out of 100 homes, that makes sense. Okay, fine, then this could be a 3-family home. But if it's 26 homes out of 300 homes, well, then that's another issue that would require us to look a little more closely. So that's why I would like that backup information.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Commissioner Shetta?
Thank you, Chair. I agree with your comments, and I would like to suggest that if they can add a note regarding the waiver regarding the point that BSA is not waiving floor area, they can add a note in addition to the resolution. They can add a note to the drawings alerting DOB that we're not waiving floor area, and if it doesn't qualify for the predominant, they need to come back to us. It's
Right.
much easier to see it when it's on the drawing rather than it's just in the resolution.
Right. Thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I had the similar comments that Commissioner Otley Brown and you had about the 3-family homes and whether that was actually contextual. The list of the 3-family homes in the statement of facts does not match what is shown on the radius map, nor on the study of predominantly built up area. There's a map inside of that. There's a land use map that I'm going to share now, which is it's a little bit hard to read, but you'll see the darker yellow is meant to be multifamily. Or it's the medium yellow, right? Because
Right.
then you have the bright yellow, which is not on this map, but that would be the elevator buildings, which would presumably be taller. So our site, when you look at our block on Jerome Street here, there's only purportedly 3 homes that front on Jerome on this block that are 3-family. And when you look generally, just you try to get that proportion that Commissioner Otley Brown is talking about, it's not a huge proportion of 3-family homes, but they are there. So it's kind of a question of whether we think that this is contextual or not.
Okay.
But I think that being able to provide that backup data so that we can make that analysis is important. I had to dig through and try and put it together based on finding my own tax map and marking it up versus this. Again, I don't think they match. So all the information needs to be cross-referenced and made sure that it's all aligning. And then the other thing I wanted to say is, Chair, you mentioned something about the height and setback. It should be subsection D of 23-631. But is that because you do not accept the predominantly built up? Because they're in R5, which is the, sorry, I had this up. Here it talks about at the end, the buildings which utilize the optional regulations applying to predominantly built up areas shall be subject to R5B.
Oh.
And this was, and so then you go to subsection E, which
I see.
then
Okay.
dictates that.
Got it.
And I thought that the predominantly built up analysis made sense. So I applied R5B when I was
Okay,
looking at the
got it.
case.
Then my comment regarding the height and setback section should be mooted. It is then the E and not the B. No, sorry, D. I have to say, there are 2 things that to me is concern. So the waiver that is before the board is for a side yard. And I think we all agreed at the initial hearing that this is provided it, it meets that D finding that this, because, again, let me step back. If, let's say, government did just sell subject lots to George Ryan, then the analysis that has been provided by urban cartography with regards to how this 2 sites combined would not benefit holds. And then it does mix, and then I think this waiver, just for a side yard waiver, is fine. So I just want to put that also on the record and clarify that. And if that is the case, the waiver is just for side yard. And if predominantly built up applies, then the applicant as of right can go for 1.65 FAR. And even if it does not go for 1.65, let's say it's going for 1.25 FAR. This site, this zoning district does allow more than 2-family homes. So they can build 3-family homes. So for me, the 3-family, 2-family home analysis is more driven by the parking requirement. Because of the parking requirement, now the planting waiver is being asked. And so they're all kind of connected. One is feeding the other one and the concerns associated with it. And that is the reason why I'm more interested in what is the 3-family nature. I mean, why do you need to have a 3-family home? You could have a 2-family and provide your parking space and not have to seek a waiver of the planting. And you can, at the same time, all you need is a side yard waiver, which we all agree is probably needed, provided you meet, again, finding D. So
One thing I wanted to add to that is that I think at the last hearing, Commissioner Sheta said, you know, is there a degree of waiver for the side yard that we should consider? You know, if a three-family gives them an unfair advantage, then perhaps a small side yard that doesn't meet the requirements, but still provides them relief from its neighbors, is that possible? So it was something we talked about. So
I think in this particular case, I looked at the site and both the properties on either side have their side yards
yes,
abutting the lot line. So I'm not sure
what it gains.
what it gains.
Yeah.
That's really what I'm driving. Had there been, let's say, no side yard on either side, maybe, or well, in that case, there is no context. So why would you even push for it? So again, it's very difficult for me to opine on other sides because we don't know what the context is. But in this case, I felt the attached rows of homes that's been built on 1111 to 114 have this side yard, which typically what one finds at the end of a row of attached homes. And the subject and the abutting building on the other side has a side yard, which it needs to maintain and always had prior to even when there was a row housing.
Mhm.
So it's not the lot line window and all of that. It's a concern. I'm not sure.
Excuse me, Executive Director Costanza has his hand up.
Yeah, go ahead.
Carlo.
Yes,
okay.
Madam Chair, I just, so I guess your statement is really asking for clarification on the E finding?
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear.
These are tied. I mean, the D is also very critical. And if you are seeking planting requirement waiver, then the C also becomes important because all of them are tied together.
Yes.
I don't think the D has been responded to because I looked through ACRIS, I couldn't get a clear history of the lot ownership of 114 to 1111 and how that was disposed of.
Do we want to move to?
And sorry, any other questions or comments from the commissioners? Okay. All right, let's go then to
New cases at 2023 20BZ, 1628 East 24th Street.
okay. We received proof of service of initial filing and hearing notices. Community board has voted to approve this project, stating that this was this is a modest enlargement and it fits in the character of the neighborhood. So this is an application to enlarge an existing one-family detached home located in an R32 district in Community District 15 in Brooklyn, pursuant to zoning resolution section 73-622. The applicant is seeking a waiver of FAR, open space, lot coverage, rear yard, side yard, and perimeter wall height. The statement of fact in its proposed condition needs to mention the increase in the perimeter wall height and how it meets 73-622(3), section 3. It meets the demolition requirement over 73% of the exterior wall, both on the over 50% actually on the second floor and 73% on the first floor is going to be retained. With regards to the findings, I think the FAR is reasonable, but in other I do have comments regarding the lot coverage. The map needs to be corrected because I think the analysis shows lot coverage in single digits. That is not realistic. It is in double digits, so that needs to be revised. And this argument is definitely not, if it's in single digit, it's not helping their argument. So please do correct it. Regarding the rear yard, a 20-foot rear yard is being proposed. Given the immediate context where there are rear yards less than 30 to 25 foot, and 28 feet on the abutting lot from first floor to attic. At a minimum, the second floor should be set back by 3 foot. Those are my recommendations. I have no comments, additional comments on this. Vice Chair has stepped out, so let me go to Commissioner Otley Brown.
Right, he reserves right for comments.
Yes, and he does.
Yeah.
Yeah. Commissioner Otley Brown?
I have no additional comments.
Okay, Commissioner Shetta?
Thank you, Chair. I agree with you, that considering the adjacent conditions of the neighboring buildings, the second floor rear yard need to be increased by 5 feet. Thank you.
Oh, you said by 5 feet. I said by
Yeah, and instead
3
of
feet.
20, it
Okay,
should increase to 25. Meaning that the second floor need to set back 5 feet.
okay. Okay, in this case, I had said 3 feet partly because the abutting lots already had encroachment into the yard up to the second floor or something like that. But I look into it.
Okay.
And okay. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I just want to note that we received an amended lot coverage study on the 18th, so it was a little bit later than everything else. And I'll just pop that on the screen really quick.
Okay, and how does?
Because
that
I had
work?
the same note and they were, most of these houses had 9% lot coverage on the previous study. So
Mhm.
here you'll see the updated, accurate,
Yep.
presumably accurate version.
Yeah, okay.
There were a number of cases actually in this hearing that had the same issue. But I think Urban Cartographics has,
They made it.
corrected most of
technical
them.
glitch.
yeah. The only thing I wanted to add to your comments is that the lot coverage was not listed here in the bulk parameters chart. And given that it's a waiver being requested, please revise the statement of facts to include it.
Okay.
That's
thank
all I
you.
had. Thank you.
Okay.
Move the next one.
Yeah, let's move.
2023-21 BZ, 1337 East 24th Street.
We received proof of service of initial filing and hearing notices. Community board, we have not received a letter yet, but we have a letter of support from a neighbor. This is again also an application to enlarge an existing one-family detached home located in an R2 district in Community District 14 of Brooklyn, pursuant to zoning resolution section 73-622, and the applicant is seeking a waiver of FAR, open space ratio, side yard and rear yard. A historic Sanborn map was provided from pre-1961 to present to establish that the building footprint has not changed and the rear yard depth is the pre-existing rear yard depth condition on the first floor. I believe the rear yard depth on the first floor is 27 foot 8 inches. That's the pre-existing condition. I did not see the zoning analysis chart on the folders that were uploaded. With regards to the demolition, the project site qualifies as both the first, second, and the attic floor will retain more than 50% of the exterior wall. With regards to the findings, FAR wise, the FAR map shows that the existing FAR is 0.49, which is contrary to the existing floor plan of 0.66 FAR and statement of findings. With regards to the rear yard depth in the neighborhood varies, though most of the lots have a rear yard depth that is less than 30 foot, even with not including the BSA approved site plan. So most of the homes maintain a shallow rear yard depth on up to second floor in the rear. So I felt what is proposed is reasonable. Otherwise, I did not have any questions. Vice Chair Shibata.
Nothing further from me, Chair. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, actually, did we have any photos on this site?
I believe we did. I don't recall.
Yeah.
You did? Okay, nothing further from me.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown?
I have no additional comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Shetta?
Thank you, Chair. Nothing further from me.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
I had no comments. I just want to note the zoning analysis is in the folder dated 5/25 BSA zoning analysis form. And it does cite the 0.66 FAR that you said was the one that showed up more commonly on the documents. So
Okay.
the 0.49, I think.
It's the zoning analysis that's included in the floor plan, in the plan sheet document. Is that the one you're referring?
No, there is a BSA zoning analysis
Oh, I
form.
missed it.
It's titled BSA zoning analysis form, so it shows up at the top of the list, but it is in the folder. I had nothing on this. I had no comments on this.
Thank you for correcting me. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay,
Hold on.
yes.
2023 BZ, 295 Exeter Street, Brooklyn.
We received proof of service of initial filing and hearing notices. Committee board has voted to approve this project, stating that it fits in within the criteria of the special permit, and the board felt that it was a modest expansion. This is an application to enlarge an existing detached home located in an R31 zoning district in Community District 15 of Brooklyn, pursuant to zoning resolution section ZR 73-622. The waivers are for FAR, lot coverage, open space, rear yard, and side yard. The zoning analysis chart applies zoning resolution section 2400 sections for yard requirement. This requirement applies for community facility use and not for residential use. 2340 is the applicable section. Also, the site is not in a lower density growth management area, so 0.5 FAR is the permitted and not 0.6 FAR. With regards to the existing plan, I have to say it was a little difficult to review this document. The existing elevations and sections were not provided. And since this is within AO flood zone, the proposed enlargement must comply with Appendix G and zoning resolution section 6200, and these are not being waived, and a note to that effect should be added to the plans. Based on the historic Sanborn map from 1950 and 1966, and comparing that to the survey of the existing building, it seems that the building was enlarged in the rear. And based on Google Street View, it seems the site did undergo some renovation in 2017, I guess, post-Sandy. So I want the applicant to clarify if any enlargement has occurred post-Sandy, and if so, was it per DOB approved plan? And if so, those DOB approved plans need to be provided. The applicant is proposing an enlargement at the rear. It's like a straight out extension of the existing building, and the enlargement would be in the rear to allow for what is not clear is the FAR. Is it up to 3120 square foot of FAR, or is it 3995 square foot of FAR? Is the floor area proposed 3120 square foot or 3996 square foot? Though the FAR is still listed as one FAR, but the floor area is different. So that's varying. So that needs to be corrected. The statement of fact, as I said, has two proposed floor area, though the same FAR. And so I have to say 3120 square foot is the consistent floor area that has been shown in the plan and the set and the zoning analysis, but it's inconsistent in the rest of the document. Indicate on the plan the existing stair to the sidewalk fronting the esplanade. The proposed parking location is not permissible. It needs to be located within the subject zoning lot, and also per easement language regarding the driveway, it is only with regards to the sharing of driveways and not with regards to parking space. So if you look at the easement document on page 2, it states that the garage will be erected in the rear of a said parcel. It cannot be on the driveway portion. So that drawing needs to be revised. And if you when you try to locate that parking space within the parcel, then the building as proposed for expansion needs to be shaved, because there's no way you can get to the parking space without hitting the building or going through the building. So the statement of facts needs to be revised. The plans need to be revised. And I have to say the proposed enlargement and the configuration is extremely unusual in terms of accessibility. It seems like a separate building is being proposed with its own set of staircases in the rear. And it's a spiral staircase that is leading from the bedroom to an enclosed area in the rear on the second floor. And that spiral staircase is leading to an attic space for storage. And so the justification for an attic floor to encroach within 20 foot of rear yard is extremely weak in this case. And so is the justification for the encroachment into 20 feet for the second floor. To me, the plan just does not make sense. And I need more clarification. With regards to the demolition, it meets. As I said, the rear yard needs to be pulled back on both on the second and the attic floor. Those are my comments, Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I have nothing more to add.
Okay. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I have no additional comments.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. 2 points. The first one is the waiver for Appendix G that's not being under subject to our application. We're not waiving Appendix G, so I need them to add an introductory sentence to the note on BSA-P21. There is already a note there, but it says, and let me read from that 1 second. Yeah, it says flood regulations, including Article 6, Chapter 4 of zoning, the zoning resolution, and Appendix G of New York City Building Code, as applicable, shall be complied with. That's good, but right before that, BSA is not waiving any flood regulations, period. All flood regulations, such and such.
Okay.
So this is the kind of language we need to put there.
Okay.
The second thing is, let me go back to the flood map. It's a bit confusing when you look at the page. This is page 1 of the PDF, BSA, I believe -001.
You are not sharing if you intended.
I can share it.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about here.
We can't see this. Oh, okay, no, we can.
Yeah, there is an indication that the flood elevation, the base flood elevation is 12 point something. When I looked at this drawing first, I got confused. So I looked at the 13 and then I realized that this is the old map. Understood. And then this is the other map, the new one, which is dated 2015.
Right.
And I tried to get the sort of data on this map similar to this guy. So the flood elevation was 13. Now what? And I couldn't. Then I had to dig into the FEMA map, which is this. Let me share it again. Yeah, which is that. And there are 2 issues here. Number 1, the flood elevation is there. The zone is there, AO, but you cannot see the flood elevation. So we need a more legit copy of that, legible copy of that.
Okay.
And then please, this is kind of this is a formal document. You cannot, when you take an excerpt from a map like this, you have to take it as is. Do not edit it. That's not doable. So please, if you look at the other map I just shared, you're gonna see that zone AO is not there and the elevation is not there, meaning that this map was not taken as is, but it was edited. So 2 things: get us a more legible PDF that we can read through, and then when you take that window and put it on your proposed plans, make it same exact copy of that specific FEMA map. That's all what I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I found a number of typos in the submission. I believe that in the statement of facts, when it goes through the waivers requested, item 1 is the floor area ratio. It mentions that it will create a new non-compliance, but I believe it was an existing non-compliance. It will increase an existing non-compliance. And then for number 4, the rear yard, the proposal will decrease the existing non-compliant rear 32-foot rear yard. I believe that is the existing compliant rear yard to a now or a proposed non-compliant rear yard. The lot coverage study lists the proposed lot coverage, I believe, and not the existing, which is usually how we accept the document. Existing drawings were provided. I wanted to ask a question to the board. Did the calculation of what's retained should be based on what existed in June of 1989 pursuant to 73-621, or am I incorrect? Because this enlargement threw me off, this post-Sandy enlargement, because it is an enlargement.
Yeah, so that is what we need to get a clarification from the applicant. If this enlargement was based on a DOB approved plan, then what we are looking at, and if DOB approved it and it is meeting all the complying regulations, then the proposed enlargement is from where DOB approved it. But if DOB did not approve that and that enlargement happened, then the applicant has to show what was there before that enlargement, what is the proposed, what is the area to be legally, for legalization, the legalization of the enlargement that happened post-Sandy. And in addition to that, what is the proposed enlargement? Then the whole analysis of the retention of the existing wall would change. It would be retention of the existing wall from pre-Sandy, not post-Sandy.
Okay, is that specific to flood zone enlargements, or is that for any house in a 73-622 if it's enlarged pursuant to approved DOB plans?
So I believe DOB and I believe the building code regulation that says if it's a substantial construction, then you have to comply with the underlying flood regulations.
Yes.
Yes, but aside from Appendix G, the applicability of 73-622, I thought relied on 73-621, and it's the existence of a house in either 1961 or in certain districts in 1989. Is that an incorrect understanding?
No, it's not.
Okay, so then whether or not it's enlarged pursuant to flood regulations, don't we need to calculate the expansion based on what existed on June 30th, 1989 in this case?
But well, that's why I'm asking for that, Sandy, if there was a DOB permit, this becomes a little tricky. If DOB approved it,
Required it, right?
or we don't know what DOB required in terms of flood approvals and other things.
Because if this was damage and DOB required it, then I would argue that we should go from what we have currently. If it was something they did on their own, then I would argue that it should be what was pre-existing prior to their enlargement.
Okay, but I always read the intent of it to be that we're not allowing in these districts any enlargements, or you're trying to retain a certain cap on the enlargement based on what existed in on these certain dates. So I guess, I don't know if council or anyone else has opinions on this, but because my concern was that we have no idea of what existed on 1989. So when they do their calculation, what are we basing it off of?
I think you're raising a great point. I
Ms.
think it's
Pregna has
something the applicant should respond to and give us a,
Jella has a hand.
I also want to make sure I understood it correctly, because I'm
I
not,
want to look at the zoning resolution. Yes, Ms. Frank, go ahead.
Thanks. I just want to respond to the dates of December 15th, 1961 and June 30th, 1989. Those are applicable in 73-621 special permit. This special permit is 73-622. Is that right?
yeah,
Right.
it is. And so this is where I think that's where I was not sure if I was applying the correct
Okay,
'Cause there are
all right, I
precedents-
misunderstood your comment,
Yeah.
right? So 73,621 is a different beast. In that we allow that in any area of R1s, R2s that were 61 and 87. But in this case, this is very specific to a community districts.
Right, it's just
And,
that. oh,
and
sorry.
that element of 21 of that period does not comply.
Okay,
Okay, sorry.
in
that-
some
yeah.
73,622.
Only thing, only where, there's only one item where it says, which is item number C, and that's only for very specific sites, and I think all
Right.
those sites have been built, so it doesn't even matter.
Okay. So the need for Sanborns and proving that a certain building existed on a certain date is only applicable to 73,621s?
Okay, so we
No,
are,
we need it
I-
also.
go ahead, Ms. Prangal.
I'm sorry, and maybe we. need to do
We
this
have asked
offline.
for this. It needs to be an existing building because the text says existing.
So we asked for Sanborn for two reasons. One is we want to make sure, A, these buildings are pre-exist, these are existing buildings. B, oftentimes, you would see that some of these buildings have already non-conforming front yards or non-conforming rear yards, non-complying front yards and non-complying rear yards. This special permit cannot waive front yards. So we want to make sure that the front yard that is there is a legally non-complying, it's a grandfathered front yard. So
Mhm.
for that, we asked for the
Okay,
Sanborns to see what was it, how was it built? And in many cases, these buildings were built in 30s with a 8-foot front yard kind of thing. But any enlargement that would happen on the second floor or attic or wherever needs to then comply with the current regulation of 15-foot or 18-foot, whatever the front yard requirement for that zoning district. Same thing with the rear yard. If a building existed, which is legally grandfathered, we need to know that if the rear yard of a 19-foot depth was a legally grandfathered building.
okay, so then
But-
the definition of existing in this case is just something.
Can
Well,
we
I
do
think we
this
should take this-
discussion
Yeah,
offline?
yeah,
I
yeah,
think this
sure,
really
sure.
needs to be
I
offline
apologize,
discussed.
I apologize.
This is
Then-
not for public
There-
hearing
Okay,
purposes.
Great
Yeah,
deal.
so that's an incorrect request for drawings prior to the expansion then, or
Yeah.
enlargement in 2017. I do, however, still have typos. There's BSA 005B. The calculation of the length of existing perimeter walls is incorrect. I'm just gonna share screen. The demolition diagram, yeah. So here it says the total wall perimeters are 900 linear feet, which is a gigantic building. This building is more like the existing was somewhere in like the 130 linear feet range. So this percentage of walls to remain 2%, or sorry, to be demolished and to remain is totally off. So yeah, just for instance, you have 20 plus 20 plus 48-foot one, so you're about like 136 feet. So all of these calculations need to be updated. There's just generally typos throughout the
Yeah,
submission.
this was, I have to say, generally this applicant team is pretty good with putting their application together, but this was not up to par. There were a lot of typos in this application.
And I think based on the Sanborns and the drawings shown, it obviously seems like the building from 2017 does encroach further into the backyard than the original house from the Sanborns. So just further clarification on what that enlargement was in 2017.
Yeah.
Thanks. That's all I have. Apologize for the confusion.
Okay. All right. That,
Okay, so this is Jella, do you have something to say? No, she didn't have anything up. Okay. So this was the last case, so this ends the public review session?
right, it ends the review session. Right?
Yeah.
Not the public hearing.
So no, the review session, I said
Right,
public review
right.
session.
Oh, okay. So we're at 11:30 mark. So let's meet at 11:45. You give the team enough time to regroup and we'll meet at 11:45
Okay.
for the public hearing.
It's still recording. I see Jella is recording all this.
Someone please just mute the main computer.
Dell, you want to move the screen, please?
So this would be, who do we have?
Announce it.
All right,
The Dan Richardson, I think, too.
I see Phil Ramphula and Kevin, both of them.
This is the Board of Standards and Appeals. Good afternoon. This is the Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for October 31st, 2023.
Can barely hear you.
Oh, it's because my mic is not on. Thank you, Commissioner. The Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for October 31st, 2023. We'll begin with the zoning calendar, continued hearing items, item 2021 14BZ 2010 Victory Boulevard, Staten Island.
So
This widget thing.
this would be Kevin Williams and Phil Ramphula. I just added them to the panel list.
Yeah. Why is this thing in my way? Are they there? Let me see them.
Good afternoon.
Okay, let me swear you in. Raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Kevin, I didn't hear you.
I do.
Okay, please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments.
Philip L. Ramphula. If I can jump right in. We did watch the review session, and there was talk about the line busting techniques, all 5 points. Yes, all 5 points will be implemented into the line busting process. So if you want to write that up or refer to it, we're okay with that.
And okay, go ahead.
So the other thing I wanted to talk about before I hand it over to Kevin, or maybe Kevin will jump in, is in terms of trash pickup. We spoke to the client, and we can do it earlier. We could do it at 9 p.m. That's not a problem. But what I did want to point out is Wheeler Avenue, a little bit past our curb cut, is totally within a commercial zoning district. And directly across the street from us on Wheeler Avenue is a 3-story office building with a parking lot. That's their curb cut is directly across the street from our curb cut. So if it's one way up and the garbage truck makes a left into the site, picks up the garbage and exits out onto Victory Boulevard, I think that's a plus, because it forces the trash company to exit onto Victory Boulevard. And I think the exit is what you're really interested in. Otherwise, if they have to do maneuvers to get the truck in on Victory Boulevard, it's just going to disrupt Victory Boulevard and traffic on Victory Boulevard. So
Yeah, Phil, let me follow up on that. That was the exact intent, is because of the auto turn, so the ability of trucks to maneuver through the site. And because it turns to residential basically after our curb cut, the idea is that Wheeler would be a better entry with Victory Boulevard as an exit. And the site is so constrained, you can't back up a garbage truck back out through Victory Boulevard if you enter on Victory Boulevard. So that's the rationale there. And if it suits the board to move up the arrival of both deliveries and garbage trucks to avoid a potential late night nuisance, as Phil indicated, we'd be able to do that, but we're pretty constrained in terms of access. And a lot of other Starbucks, they would simply pull up on Victory Boulevard to the curb and bring the trash, potentially to the curb. That's done at other Starbucks. But here, same thing with, deliveries, obviously a little bit easier, but, because of the circuitous, sort of access to the site, kind of backing out through the site is not feasible. And that was direct response to DOT's operational request.
Okay, so then the hours of operation, hours of pickup for trash and for delivery has to change. It shouldn't be past midnight. It
Yeah.
has to be 9 PM, no later than 9 PM.
That's fine.
Is that okay with all the commissioners?
Do-
Everybody shaking their head in agreement to that? Vice Chair Shibeta, what were you saying?
I was considering perhaps doing something, limiting it to the afternoon, an afternoon time, while people are generally at work. I was wondering, no,
Okay.
Anything,
so-
so my point is that it should be between the normal hours when people are busy and doing work, not when people start resting. And 9 PM onwards and all the way till 6 AM is not the best time for this operation to happen. So you pick a time that is before 9 PM.
Okay, so so the couple of issues.
Yes.
In
Yes.
terms of we wanted to do the garbage and deliveries after operations, because if we pull up a garbage, and that's generally the way it's done on this corridor, commercial deliveries are generally late night or early in the morning. And here, what happens is if we have a garbage truck pull up in the middle of the site in the middle of the day, obviously that would constrain access and vehicular movements during operations. So Phil, I think we have operations. Sorry, let me pull up the operations plan because this may work out, Chair. I just want to look at the hours of operation. So hours of operation are to 9 PM. Obviously, they're not that heavy at that point. So Phil, do you think we can do something in like the 8:30 to 9 PM?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, is that acceptable, Chair?
We'd have to check with DOT too, because one of their concerns they did raise to me was that the deliveries be done after hours.
Right.
Oh.
Okay.
I'm
And
not sure if it's in a
because
comment
of-
letter, but
And what is it's the reason for the traffic onto Wheeler or Victory or both?
The reason is so that delivery and trash operations do not conflict with on-site movements of patrons. That's the major concern. And then that would be the concern at all Starbucks, because they generally don't have garbage truck maneuverability, Page Avenue, 20, whatever, the one that's down the street from here, the Richmond Road one that they surveyed, none of those would allow for simultaneous access of garbage trucks and operations of the Starbucks during operating hours.
I have a question. Remind me, as I'm trying to look at the maps. Is the entire site within the C1 zoning district?
Yes.
My only question on this one, and I'm setting aside, another way to look at this issue is setting aside the access points onto this site, because this is entirely within a zoning district that allows commercial use. And had this been an as-of-right eating and drinking establishment, you would be allowed to enter from here and depart from here. And in terms of your pickup hours, it can be anything as of right. The reason it's getting picked up now by us is partly because of the nature of the ask. It's the eating and drinking establishment with the focus on drive-through. It's going to be primarily a drive-through facility, which is going to generate most of your trash, which is going to generate most of the goods. So while I understand that we cannot force you to kind of change your movements, because like I said, as of right use, you could use the same entry points and exit points. But I would strongly suggest that you reconsider the hours of operations, and maybe if it requires talking with DOT to see if, the 9 o'clock operation, would be reasonable or not. 8 to 9 PM would be reasonable, because that's when you have the least amount of vehicles that are coming into the site. So the element of conflict will be much less.
Well, they can share. I will certainly follow up with Tracy with DOT and see if we can make that accommodation.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah, we have traffic numbers to back that up as well, showing the modest arrivals and departures.
Yeah.
At that hour.
Kevin, do you want to address the sound issue?
Yes. Okay, so I understand Commissioner Shedda's request and Chair, your request to add the ABC diagram, and you said they were going to send an example. So when we started this, we know the guidance for these types of actions, and we followed that, and we provided a noise study that indicated, and I'm not sure where the language related to reducing levels below the ambient, but Commissioner Shedda was exactly correct. It's actually what the speaker does is it adjusts its volume based on the ambient so that the speaker is no more than 50 decibels over the ambient levels. And then what we do, the nature of an AVC, automatic volume control system, is that it's at a certain megahertz, or octave band that decays over distance, so it's not audible. And just on the basis of the analytic bases of how to perform this using an assumption for automatic volume control, the noise levels, even without a wall that exists, even without a supplemental sound fence, does not exceed any noise code exceedances at any sensitive receptor, as measured from the speaker location. Now we added the fence just as an extra sort of level of attenuation, but the guidance for drive-through is actually not about traffic or people talking into the speaker, nor is the noise code itself related to fast food with drive-through. It's specifically about the speaker itself. And that's why we recommended placing an acoustic fence with 28 STC on top of the existing wall, is to be better neighbors and to respond to the findings related to the adjacency of the residential area. So the idea is that with AVC in place, we do not exceed any noise code requirements. With the wall in place, not only are we absolutely attenuating any potential noise from that speaker, we're also attenuating noise from vehicles idling and people speaking into the speaker, and simultaneous noise, as well as garbage trucks that may come in late at night and delivery trucks, trying to be a good neighbor. Now, what was suggested is that we provide a noise contour map that demonstrates this, which is not something other applications have provided to the board for this.
I stand corrected, Mr. Williams. Every eating and drinking establishment with drive-through with AVC, all applicants have provided that.
Yes, and we have provided it. We provided it 2 years ago in a noise report, and we discussed it extensively at the last hearing. So, and we use that diagram in our report. The only reason Phil did not put it on his plans, and we had this discussion like a week ago, is the diagram tells you nothing. The diagram just tells you how an AVC works. Now, we can absolutely provide that diagram on the plans, but what the confusion that I'm having is the suggestion, and we're happy to do that and happy to supplement whatever notes are provided on the plans to show that we're complying with that required guidance of the board. But we absolutely have provided that report and an even more elaborate report to that end, showing the effect of the sound wall. We provided sections, we've analyzed the AVC and shown that there will be no noise propagation to these resources. And so the question—
Mr. Williams,
Can I clarify something, just to make
okay.
this discussion short. I agree with you that the fence, 20 STC, the reduction in the whatever noise traveling through the fence is 20.
Yeah.
And the AVC supposedly is gonna put maximum of 15. So for the signal that's hitting the fence, yes, if it's just this if you can assure me that no signal will go at an angle. It's just the horizontal one, or no at an angle that would make it go over the fence.
Yes.
What you said, and I would say the section that we're asking for is useless. But I never
Yes.
asked for something useless.
Understood, Commissioner Sheta. So
What I'm
absolutely,
asking for is the signal that's going over the fence. And you know what? It's not a big deal. It's just a section added to the plan. So we can make sure that this signal that's overtopping the fence, when it hits the top, it's gonna be less than the ambient, or the majority of the 15 dBA above the ambient that's added by the AVC is gonna be dissipated totally. And I believe if you get to like 16 feet from the top to the menu board, it's a done deal.
yeah, so that's part of the guidance is we evaluate it based on ambient at certain heights, and that's in our noise report, you know, basically at 3.5 feet, at 7 feet, at 12 feet. It's in the analysis. Now, you know, what you're, you know, so being able to put a diagram like a noise contour, and I don't know if you remember that warehouse job that we did quite some time ago where we did, you know, a sound plan model, an acoustic model that showed, you know, a sound section at various levels. Now that was a much more, you know, 100 decibel level exposure from a truck. So what I'll try to do is provide a note to Mr. Rampula on the plans that summarize the findings of the noise study that indicate what the projected noise levels are at the various heights as required from the BSA's guidance on this, and provide the sound contour map that indicates the sound propagation at certain distances. It's not a three-dimensional diagram, but our technical analysis for the noise analysis is based on height. You know, so I'll see if I can provide something in advance to Tracy so she can confirm that it's, you know, sufficient to the board to satisfy your informational request.
Are you saying that the uppermost contour is gonna be hitting the fence? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying no. You know, the line of sight from the speaker is the highest noise exposure. And that noise exposure, when measured at basically a standing distance from the speaker to a sensitive noise receptor, has no exceedance from the noise code or the guidance from the BSA. So, you know, identifying what the noise bleed or such over and beyond the fence, like it just simply doesn't exist. There is no greater noise bleed at 12 feet than would be had at 7.5 or 3.5 feet. So we did not do a sound model for this. We did the analytic work required by the board in their guidance paper on this with the sound diagram for AVCs, and did that analysis and took the noise readings at both weekend hours and daytime hours and took the lowest level measured and the highest level and analyzed it to the noise code. So, you know, going higher at 12 feet is, you know, just by the laws of physics going to have a lesser impact than something at the speaker level, which is at 3.5 feet, you know, from the ground. But our analysis does do multiple.
I got it. Just put it on like a cross-sectional illustration and I'll take it.
Do you think just a simple note stating that at that statement?
Cross-section.
A cross-section?
Yeah.
Cross section. So
can I offer something on sheet VSA 4 of 12, which is actually our sound plan? We have a couple of sections there, so we can, where the section is for section E, we can note up that section with the sound level, and we could also show it in plan. And I'm thinking I would do it in a separate
I'm
column.
looking at the plan sheet.
Yes, BSA 4.
BSA 4?
Yes, and the most, like I said during the executive session, the most critical one, I believe, is E.
Yes.
So show it on E. Yes, this is the closest, and this is where the differential is kind of like less than other places. And do me one more favor. When you show the adjacent grades at the adjacent property, please call these out. Call them adjacent grades or grades at adjacent, because it's just a line. It doesn't, for me, when I look at it, it might be a dimension line. So just call these out.
So noise levels at the top of the wall is projected based on operations is what you want to see.
Yes.
With the understanding.
The impact of the AVC and the menu board.
Yes.
Beyond the top of the fence or at the top of the fence is nothing, just show that in the cross section.
I
Okay.
think the most concerning section is 1E.
Yes, E, yeah.
Yes,
The
This is
most
the
concerning
closest,
one.
yeah.
Yeah.
agreed.
Makes sense.
So we could do that.
Yeah, and the idea there is that if somebody ultimately wanted to measure compliance and exceedance, you know, they could measure the sound levels at the top of the wall, right? So to make sure that there's no additional, you know, that's not being, you know, that there's something that should be mitigated above that level. So that definitely makes sense. Okay.
That's fine. Kevin and I will work on that together. Kevin will give me a markup and I'll put it on my plan and I'll do the sound in red, in a red color.
Yep.
So
Thank
that
you.
you see it.
Thank you.
I think that's
I think that, a restrictive deck for access and line busting, we're okay with that. You figured out the builder's pavement plan, that's fine.
The restricted deck is for line busting and for the access easement.
Correct.
Okay,
I'll need help from staff on that.
of course. Yeah.
I only need about 2 weeks to get this done.
Where are we on the DOT? Where are we with DOT on this one? Because that's one of the findings. So we need DOT to sign off on the analysis and then the drawings to be finalized based on all DOT comments, if there are any, for us to even approve this plan. And all of those drawings need to be reflected, comments need to be reflected. Yep. Go ahead, Tracy.
Yeah, we were waiting till after the hearing to confirm that the board liked the operations plan before submitting to DOT. So we can submit that right away.
Yeah. Yes, we are fine with the operation plan, and I would say since
Chair, since there, so like we went from basically like 33 comments down to 4 non-quantitative comments, which is an immense relief. But I do think, you know, so Tracy, I guess maybe you can reach out on the operations thing, because that's a new request relating to the, unless you want me to reach out direct to the 8 to 9 window. And then Chair, I believe that if we submitted today, we could certainly hold DOT to a 30-day review timeframe for this, you know, which is their standard, because there were no modeling or traffic related type of comments. They were, you know, fairly benign. Some edits to the auto turns was one of the things. So
okay.
Can we just submit what you submitted already and then
all good, yeah,
pose the question to DOT?
exactly.
That might be the fast. So we could transmit that today.
Okay, great. So in that case, first let's go, if there, we can discuss the timelines and everything. Let's first go to the public.
Screen up. Okay, the case that we're currently discussing is 2021 14BZ 2010 Victory Boulevard, Staten Island. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656 or our toll-free number, which is 888-475-4499. At the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 830-4328-2901 and the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to be able to speak on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand on the bottom of your screen. Once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
Okay, so, Mr. Ramkola, how much time do you need, to make these corrections?
A maximum of 2 weeks.
Okay. I do want to put a footnote to this, like, I know we are doing this operational plan and everything that is being reviewed based on a very specific operator. Now, I don't know if all operators operate in the same manner or have similar operational line busting plan programs. So, if there is any change in the operator, then we need to reassess this, all the conditions and the site plan, because it would have, I mean, if DOT is asking if we are okay with the operational plan, that is also tied to DOT's analysis and tied to the findings. So if there is any change in the operator, that is going to be one of the conditions that then the applicant has to come back, notify, and seek an amendment to the plan, or affirm that there has been no change, there would be any change in the operation plan as approved.
We understand that completely, Chair. And and if it does happen, well, we're dealing with I don't think anyone's as busy as a Starbucks. So I think we'd be in a good position if that happened.
Okay.
No, I do not know if it, as Vice Chair Shibata asked, whether that be through a letter of substantial compliance. It all depends on the kind of,
What kind of results? I have.
what kind of results, right? So it's premature for us to say that.
Okay.
And I think when that situation happens, if there is any change from Starbucks to any other operator, may that be Tim Horton or whatever similar, I don't know. You need to please immediately reach out to our executive director, our counsel, and figure out how you want to put together the information and go through the process.
Understood.
What the board is proposing is a condition to the resolution, and conditions to the resolutions can't be amended through letter of substantial compliance. It will require a full board review.
Yeah,
Good point.
I forgot about that. Thank you.
And there'll also be the RD, correct? So I'm not sure how that.
Right. And this restrictive deck is specifically for the current operator, and should there be any change, I think we need to figure out how to should we give flexibility? Should we not? How restrictive do we want to be? I think those are also something that we need to discuss. So let's have that follow-up discussion.
Okay.
Seeing no, anyone joined in? No one. Okay,
Okay,
we'll be in touch, Mr. Rampola.
thank you.
Thank you.
Happy Halloween, everybody.
Right, thank you.
Yes, I'm wearing my outfit now.
Me too.
Wow, that's why I was so.
Jay Goldson's the next
Happy
case.
Halloween. Okay,
Bye.
thank you. Enjoy.
Okay, 2023-04 BZ 20207 BZ, which is for 2170 McDonald Avenue, Brooklyn. And 2023-05 BZ, which is for 321 Avenue T, Brooklyn. Mr. Goldstein?
Hi, good afternoon. Jay Goldstein for the applicant.
Anyone with you?
Unfortunately, the structural engineer couldn't be here today for medical or for personal reasons. So we have members from his team who are listening in and will respond to his comments, but I'll address it. So for now, I'm on my own.
So raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments.
Good afternoon, Jay Goldstein for the applicant. As mentioned, unfortunately, George Kamburakis, who's the engineer who wrote the letter, couldn't be here today. We have members from his team who listen to the review session, and we'll put together a answer in response to the comments, but I'd like to go through the comments one by one and see, we'll respond accordingly. With regards, Madam Chair, to the merging of the two lots, you'd asked about a Zelda, the ability to do a Zelda, and I'm not exactly sure the purpose, given that we can't transfer air rights, we're not able to purchase the air rights, which is usually the general purpose of the Zelda. I think what the board was discussing, though, in lieu of a Zelda would be like some form of a restrictive deck that will work with counselor to discuss the interplay between the two buildings. I think that was mentioned at the last hearing. Now that the Zelda is not an option to transfer the air rights, we can explore that option just to discuss the interplay.
Okay.
Okay. Again, with regard to enlarging vertical,
I'm trying to remember that part of the discussion.
The buildings will connect. There'll be two separate standalone buildings, but they'll connect at the floors. And Madam Chair wanted to know that the fire rating between the buildings and the access between the buildings will be maintained properly.
Yes. And
So-
the sharing of some of the, like the trash enclosure and other things.
Yeah, so we'll discuss all of that. We can discuss all of that in either a submission or a restrictive deck if the board prefers. But with regard to a Zelda, I've discussed it actually with Mr. Vaughn, and unfortunately, it's not an option that's available to us despite our, that would be our preferred method.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
With regard to the vertical enlargement, again, we'll respond in writing. We did review the plans, the structural plans that were led to the conversion of the existing building. It was a conversion in 2007. We can discuss that and the findings based on that in the next letter. The next series of comments, Madam Chair.
Can I go back to the point you made when the conversion was made back in 2007? Was there any structural enhancement that was done?
No, I think it was a straight conversion of an existing building. So it didn't contemplate a vertical enlargement at the time. I don't think they did it, but I'll let the engineers discuss that.
What was the previous use of the building before it's converted to a school?
I believe it was offices. There was one of the neighbors mentioned that it was like a Chase Bank for a while, but I don't have the exact history of the use. But again, part of the letter will go into the detail of the history of the use and the structural makeup of the building.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, one of the public testimonies given at the last hearing, they said it was originally a factory building and then it became a Citibank check clearinghouse.
Citibank I thought it was Chase Bank, but Citibank could be also. I remember him talking about a bank.
Yes, well, that's what I have in my notes. Anyway, that was what was discussed by someone who presented last time.
If it's a factory, I would say it might be close to be okay to add some sort of lightweight construction on top of that. Factory loads are much more heavy than a school. And we're not looking for adding 2 stories or just one floor. And if it's made of lightweight construction like sheet metal, it might be possible to avoid the use of heavy cranes, and in the meantime put an additional floor there.
So as mentioned, the engineer has members of his staff watching on YouTube and taking notes on the hearing, as well as our notes for the hearing. And it's something that we'll respond to in writing. I'm not in a position, it's out of my wheelhouse.
Fair enough.
Sure, that's fair. Thank you.
So the next, Madam Chair, with a lot of your comments, the next slew of comments were with regard to the interplay between the buildings and the conditions of the prior grants.
Mm-hmm.
It was a lot. It was something that I didn't have at my fingertips. I'd have to go back and see those conditions and just formulate the response based on the hearing record.
Sure. And the reason I'm picking that up, because I'm not trying to unpack anything related to the elementary school. I'm trying to understand the conditions that were tied to that, because it's in the same neighborhood, same block, same issues. Why some of the construction difficulties that your engineer cited for the subject McDonald's site, why does not, why was that a factor with the other McDonald's site? Because it's also
very simply, I'm sorry to interrupt, but that was a new building. So it wasn't an enlargement to an existing building. So they
But
started
staging
from
would
the
have
ground up.
wouldn't staging be, would have been an issue because it's also fronting an elevated train structure on McDonald Avenue.
So that's a through lot, and I don't have the staging of the construction. I can't answer, but in terms of the actual building and the hardships of building on the actual building, it was a new building as opposed to trying to enlarge an old building. So they didn't have the structural issues that we may have, and the means method of construction could have been different or significantly easier if it's not an occupied building and if it's not an existing building.
I think there are two things. I would suggest, I think this is a question better to be answered by the engineer on this one, because the staging of the crane and all of that, I think for a existing and for a new building would be same, because the crane cannot be within the site because your building is going to be on the site, right? So your crane has to be then somewhere else. Where can that be? And that's what I'm trying to understand. And lifting of all the material from which frontage.
So we can discuss that. I can
I
get
think
some
those are the
history.
things, right?
Yeah.
So that's one thing. The other part of the reason I brought up the elementary school was the condition of that elementary school was very clear. It said no rooftop parking, no rooftop play area. And for a building that is much taller than the subject building on McDonald's. Why was that? I want to understand that, because again, the context is very similar.
Right.
It's actually no different whatsoever. So I want to understand that before we kind of look into what we are, as we are looking at the subject site, because you are proposing a rooftop play area.
Mhm.
And why was a distinction made? Now, if there's been a change in the neighborhood or the operation or the way the trains operate, whatever it is, that's a reason to consider it in this case, but not in that. I need to understand that.
Okay, we'll put, I think as Ms. Benke noted, we submitted analysis for review as well to see if we can justify it, but I don't have the history of why it wasn't proposed, or, you know, if it was proposed, why it wasn't built. I don't know, so I can find out for you.
And that's the same reason, you know, as we're reviewing the operational plan for the early childhood, I also want to understand what is the operational plan that's in place for the elementary school, just to
In
make
terms of traffic, in terms of the traffic, you mean?
In terms of traffic, pickup, delivery, so that there is no, there's a seamless connection between the two operational plan. I'm not trying to unpack
Got it.
the elementary school. I'm just trying to make sure there's a consistency in the way the both operations are going to be happening.
Okay.
And that's why about the school guard, all of those questions.
Fair enough, no problem. So I'll respond to those questions. We'll go back and listen to the review session in this hearing as well and respond to those comments. Commissioner Otley Brown, with regard to the mode of transit and why people would be convinced to use the vans, from experience, I have two children. Both of them were afforded this option of the private van versus a carpool, and we jumped at the opportunity because my daughters are in different schools. And if you have multiple children in different schools or different stages of schooling, trying to coordinate drop-offs, pickups, meeting the buses, not meeting the buses is a nightmare. So I know from my own experience, we jumped at it, and I know from talking to the school that it's something that they're very interested in, and that has become more popular over the last number of years as the service has become more prevalent.
Okay.
So it's not a van service provided by the school?
It's coordinated with the school. It's a private van company, like all the private bus companies, but it's coordinated with the school, and the parents pay for that like they do for any of the busing. In New York City, I don't think busing is covered. In Long Island, busing is covered. In New York City, you have to pay for private busing. So the same reason you'd pay for private busing, you would opt to pay for private vans.
Okay, thanks.
With regard, Commissioner Otley Brown, to the alternate sites, I guess it's a continued work in progress. We went back, tried to craft it. We understand the comments. We'll drop the other sites, discuss these two, and understanding it's tailored to the need to co-locate, and we'll discuss that as well, or amplify that as well in our statement.
I just want to go back to one comment you said just now with regards to van. So is the van service provided by the school free of charge to the family?
No,
What-
it's, these are optional services like busing.
So,
I
and
think,
the reason I'm asking that question is, would that be an inhibitor for a family to then use the van service because they have to pay out of pocket for that, whereas they can just carpool?
and like I said, in my experience and in the experience of the school, it's not, because the benefit gained is just that much.
So,
If you have 5 children going back and forth from different schools, different times, different, drop off and pickup, it's a nightmare.
Mr. Goldstein, I think now the discussion is a bit hypothetical, right? Because you're basing it on your experience and then maybe talking to the school. Is it possible to get a projected interest or projected enrollment for the use of the vans as part of your application?
So we have a letter from the school which we submitted, which I believe does give the projected van usage.
Okay.
Based on what they're thinking the future would hold.
Okay.
But that was not based on a survey or discussion with family. So that's what I'm trying to get an understanding. How did they arrive at that understanding that there will be more vanning and less carpooling?
I think that the schools, they've have been operating schools. I thought they were doing that from what they have noticed within the community of people that they service.
Yeah, I think that's the kind of background I'm looking for in that letter, or whether that is with other childhood facility or even the elementary school where they find similar kind of situations arising. I think that would help strengthen the argument.
If they could make a statement that they're basing this argument on their years of experience, et cetera, servicing certain communities.
Right.
And how
That's
it worked in the
yeah.
past. Just a little clarification.
We can make
weed out.
make a statement to it, no problem.
Thank you.
That's how we got to the numbers after discussion with the school based on their experience, but we'll make a statement to it. Or have them make a statement to it. Okay, so I believe that was all the questions that the board had. Some we were able to respond to and some we'll respond to in writing. But we understand the board's directions and we will endeavor to respond fully.
Okay.
And Jay, you're gonna check on if the existing building complies with the previous noise conditions.
Yeah, I think they did. So that by the way, the 35, 36, 45, there was a difference in SDC and DBA. That was a discussion at the last hearing, but I'll work with you, Tracy, to make sure we respond. So everything is in concert.
And the other thing I also want to ensure that the prior conditions with regards to noise attenuation on the subject building on McDonald Avenue has been met.
Right, I think that's what Tracy just asked me.
So is that so? I was taking notes, so I did not.
No
pay
problem.
attention.
I believe that's what she asked, so we'll do that.
Operational plan, you said?
Yeah. And an operational plan. We need an operational plan. Like I said, for the existing elementary school and the proposed.
Right.
And in your statement, clarify how the two put together will work harmoniously without being a disruption. And this proposed enlargement, how will not result in any disruption given the operational plans of both of these schools.
Right. So in response to the last hearing, we did include the arrivals and dismissals of the elementary school building in our statement of facts, but we will amplify it. No problem.
Yeah, and I just noticed some changes in the hours as stated in the documents and what was approved by the board. So please look into that also.
Okay.
Because I think I noticed the hours as approved to be somewhat earlier for the elementary school as opposed to what is stated in one of the documents. I don't have the note where I saw it. So if you
we can, yeah, we'll go through all of it.
And the other thing that I asked was with regards to the critical one, why I brought up that other elementary school was that the faculty members of that school and staff, they use a parking lot
Right.
that is leased. What I wanted to know is what is the occupancy of that and can that handle overflow of staff and faculty from the early childhood?
Okay, we can check into that.
Okay, it seems from the Google Street View, it seems it has a stacker system. So, you know.
Let me
so
check. I don't know. I'll check into it. No problem.
That is very critical because that is a concern the community has raised in the initial hearing. And that needs to be addressed.
Okay, understood.
Since you already have a facility of that nature, I think tapping into that should be easier.
Understood.
Anything that I left out? I have a great team. They keep reminding me all the things that I raised. And so, thank you. Let's go to, should we?
Yeah, we have a member of the public, but let me call it out first and then we could take him and then anybody who
Yeah.
calls in.
Yes.
Okay.
Let's do that.
Okay. Just give us a minute.
All right, Jake, let's use the warrant.
The cases that we're currently discussing is 2023-04BZ, 20207BZ, which is for 2170 McDonald Avenue, and 2023-05BZ, which is 321 Avenue T, Brooklyn. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656 or 888-475-4499, which is our toll-free number. You will enter the webinar ID number at the prompt 830-4328-2901 and the pound sign. At the second prompt, you will enter only the pound sign. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to be able to speak on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to discuss, please raise your Zoom hand. Once you're recognized, you will have 3 minutes.
And we just fixed the podium for you, sir.
You're the first one to use.
You're the
brand new
first-
podium.
First one to use this.
Just press the button. I think the mic is not on yet. Go ahead.
This one?
Yeah.
Do you see a red square button?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
press that.
Okay.
Is it lit?
Yeah,
Should be plugged in.
We can
Okay.
hear you.
Please
Okay,
state your name for the record and you'll have 3 minutes.
yes.
Go ahead.
State your name.
Yeah, my name is Yusuf Malach. I'm coming for 2170 McDonald Avenue. My house in Lake Street behind the school. In the backyard for the school. When I make the building, the new building is gonna close the sunlight. They're gonna close the normal view, and it's gonna be after that the value of my house is gonna drop because you're gonna see just building in the face. You don't see nothing. This is why I objected to go with this proposal. You know, no sunlight in my house from the backyard. You don't see you're not going to be light from my home in the 2 floor. And then it's going to be no view, and it's going to be the new building. We're going to build it, the school, this 3 floor with the sunroof, or I don't know what is it. It's going to be nothing. Then it's going to be my house going to lock it because it's just from my backyard. Another house, this is very small backyard, and another one, no, nothing.
Your house.
187 Lake Street,
Okay.
187 Lake Street, Brooklyn.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
We're gonna take it.
Can I just ask if the speaker can just step a little bit back from the microphone? It's a little muted.
Like this?
Can you hear?
Yeah,
me?
thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
Which house is yours on the map? There's a map there.
Left.
I come. 187.
It would be the second house from the corner lot.
It's on the, keep going.
Where the arrow is, just go one, yes, that button, not that one, next to it,
That
that one,
No,
that one.
Okay,
Yeah, 187.
That's the one.
okay.
This is the 95.
Yep, I see the number there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then, they have two.
The microphone, Mr.
They have 2 backyard. One, my neighbor, is gonna take it just little part because nothing over there. All they're gonna hit the proposal all my backyard is gonna take it. I mean, it's gonna lock everything. There's no sunlight, there's no light. And there's gonna be all, the house is gonna be, it costs 100,000, it's gonna be cost 50,000. I mean, all the value gonna drop.
Thank you.
You know what I mean? I don't speak good English, but I hope.
We understand. Thank you. Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you for coming. I really appreciate you for coming and staying through all the discussions that we had. Really
Thank you very
appreciate it. Thank you.
Finished, right?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you to Herbie.
Thank you. Are there any speakers online?
No. Time ran out. No, actually, no one.
Nobody.
No one
I
raised their
didn't
hands.
I
No
didn't
one
see
called in
anybody's
and raised
hands
hands.
raised, but there is somebody on the phone number 897, last one, with an extension 897. Is that a public person or is that one of the applicants?
We can ask, there is a caller that's calling about item number 33. I'm just not sure if that's the same person.
Okay, but that's 33. This is not 33. right?
32.
This is
32.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Goldstein, one thing I did forget to mention is there was also a question of the co-sharing of the ECC with elementary. So I know that's all wrapped into you looking into those questions. So please look into that.
Okay, no problem.
And that will, to a large extent, will go to the effect of, specifically, I'm looking for common areas like library, multipurpose room, recreation room. Can that be in the elementary school? And then the extension that you're proposing in the rear of the existing building, at least a portion of it, especially the southern portion of it, can that be located in the Avenue T building?
Understood.
There are 2 yards currently. I'm
yeah.
about a yard closer to Avenue T. And it seems this particular speaker also spoke about the building that is fronting on the open space. So I just want to know if there is a way to kind of do some co-sharing and use the the classrooms that would be located on that portion of the open area on the Avenue T portion, if you repurpose some of those programs onto the elementary school site, since it's just down the block.
We can ask. There are considerations involved with something like that in terms of licensing and things. So I have to check with the school and see. I also have to see what the elementary school schedule is. So it may be prohibitive given the age ranges and the differences and the distances.
Yeah, exactly. I understand that it's not something that you can answer on the fly, but please do look into it. And that is one of the things that we need to evaluate.
No problem.
So just a quick question, Mr. Goldstein, has the developer made any attempts to placate the witness that testified, his concerns?
I was under the impression that we had spoken to him prior to the hearing. I have to discuss with the client, see who they did their outreach to. I know they spoke to some of the neighbors, including the ones who spoke at the last hearing. In terms of placating, we're unfortunately with these situations, there's a need for the school has needs that have to be met, and we're trying to figure out how to do that while keeping the neighborhood happy. It's something that we're exploring through these conversations as well. If we can do it, we're happy to do it.
Yeah, I don't have to tell you why it would be in your client's interest.
I fully understand. I mean, again, my client would love to build one floor on top of this existing building and be done with this. It would be the best, easiest solution for everyone. So we're not in a, the world is unfortunately not always perfect scenarios.
Okay.
I'm not sure if it needs, based on the proposed layout, that it needs to be over the entire floor. When the structural engineer dive into this, have him focus on the portion that's closer to Avenue T, where I see solar panels on. I can share my screen, maybe.
Yeah, I do agree with what Commissioner Shetta is saying. It's not looking at the entirety of the building being built, maybe a portion of it, just in terms of the need wise that you may can accommodate on a portion of it. While maybe you have it more on the Avenue T portion side, and that way minimize the encroachment into the
Here,
rear.
this is the part I'm thinking that might be used to add like some extra floor area to utilize them for like whatever use they are proposing. And this is gonna like give us like a continuity in the elevation view here. And then I believe if it's successful to add something here, the building height would drop at this point and then.
I
but-
did a quick back of the envelope kind of layout, and I think it would require going a little bit beyond the elevator. And
Probably here.
all the way to the boiler where the boiler room is.
Yeah.
So that's kind of how far you would need to go. But if you want to space it out and do it in a different way, it could be done. You don't need to build out the entirety of that floor plate.
No, that's fine. I understand. We'll analyze it.
Yeah.
You then have to think again about extending the elevators, extending the stairs, the plumbing, and then where are we going to put the open play area, which is another license requirement. So it's something that we can analyze and come back to the board with responses or solutions.
What I meant is if there is a column or a beam or a structural element at this site that's not likely to take an additional floor, that shouldn't be a problem. If the columns, I would say, starting this line here and going to the left are okay to receive additional floor, that would be ideal if they consider to add a floor on top of that.
Okay, the engineers are listening.
Okay.
Sure, thank you.
How much time do you need to provide a response to all these comments? This is
Probably a month.
okay. One month to submit.
I would say 1 month to submit.
Okay. So are you looking at December or January, early January? I really want you to do a really good job of.
Right. Let me confirm. Can I confirm with the board offline just to,
Absolutely.
I have to talk to my engineer, I have to talk to the architect and to Bonnie.
Yeah,
we'll get back to you.
yeah, we'll
Okay.
get back to you. You can.
I
let
would
us
love
know.
to do December if I can make it work. I'll take the December, but I'll have to get back to the board.
Yeah,
November 24th.
yeah, that's why I'm saying, and with all the holidays, it's going to be a little tricky. If it needs to be, we can do early January, which is January 8th.
Let me talk to my team and I'll get back to the board.
Right, so January 8th submission date would be 12/14, December 14th. January 2nd
That works
submission
for me.
date would be January 4th.
I think that might be a
Yeah.
better option, but just, discuss it with
Throw it
our
out.
project manager and let us know.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Happy Halloween.
Thank you.
2023-03 BZ, 519 Jerome Street, Brooklyn. This is Mr. Wright.
Yes. 202303. Do we have?
Chris Wright.
Do we have him?
Mhm.
Oh, yeah, he's included. Is there
Has
anyone
anyone
else
else?
from your team?
Yeah, hi. Yeah, I am expecting the architect who is important to this hearing.
Or her name?
Ken, his name is Ken. It's a he. It's his
Philip.
last name.
Yeah. Yes.
Dion? Yeah, there he
Yes.
is. Ken Philippone. Right, there he is. Okay, great. So we're all here.
Okay, raise your right hand.
Uh,
I don't see Mr. Philogene. Is he here?
Philippine, Ken, can you bring yourself in the picture? There you go.
Don't see him.
Oops. Okay. There you are, Ken. Okay, we're all here. Ken, right hand up.
Where is this picture? I don't see it unless my screen is not big enough.
He's there.
No, he's there. I see Mr.
Philippine, yeah.
It's pretty, okay.
Yeah.
He's there.
He's there? Okay,
Yeah.
because I don't see it on my screen. That's what I'm saying. I don't see it there.
No, he's
So,
there.
Ms. Matias, you could change your view if you want. If you go to the upper right hand,
him.
you could
I
just
see
hit the
him.
view and go to gallery instead of speaker.
I see
Sorry.
him.
Yeah, mine's not changing the galleries.
That's okay, don't worry, we see him.
Okay, all right, so raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board? And to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Wright.
I didn't hear the other gentleman.
Yes, I do.
Okay, all right.
Thank you. I see you now. Thank you. Please state your name for the record and proceed. Go ahead.
Chris Wright, Law Office of Christopher Wright on behalf of the applicant. Thank you, members, for being here. I want to say an overview that we listened carefully to the last hearing about all kinds of problems with the design and cellars and basements and interior garages that made it very complicated. So what we try to do here is start from scratch, come with something, respond to the board's concerns, come with something simpler, which is 3 apartments and each about 1,000 square feet in a 3-story building. Without the interior garage, without the basements, without the cellar. That was, a real effort to address the board. But I think two small issues. The DOB objections have been requested. We'll submit them as soon as we have them. And then last week I submitted the full facts and findings. So you have that for your review, which incorporates all the new plan and the new studies that we did for this, the D and the C and the D findings. But what I would like to do, and really this really is driven by the floor area. What we're requesting is the 1 point, the infill. So I'm going to turn this over to Ken, so Ken can talk about. He's a better expert than I am about the justification why we feel the infill is eligible here, in the design, and what he put together and how that fits into the East New York community character. So let me turn it over to the expert, Ken.
Okay.
So this is Ken Fulgen. I recently got the job approved on the same block.
Your voice is little muffled. If you can.
Is it better? I've come a little bit closer to the microphone.
It's better. Yes.
Okay. I recently got another job approved on the vacant lot on the same block using predominantly built up by the Department of Buildings. So I'm very confident in that we will be able to get the 1.65 FAR approved by the Department of Buildings. Now, in reference to the other objection that you had for the balcony and the rear, it was a mistake that needs to be corrected. And so being 10 foot, we're going to make it 9 foot. The requirement is 9 foot 11 inches, but we make it 9 feet in order to satisfy to comply with the requirement. Now we redesigned. We have 1 apartment per floor and 1,000 square feet per apartment. And even if we were to use non-predominantly built up, we still will qualify with the three apartments as permissible on that zone. And both of them, either 2 or 3 family, we still require 2 parking spaces.
Okay. Was that clear? What he's saying is that, whether if it's a 2-family or 3-family, we still need 2 parking spaces.
I understand that. I think the question, and which is what so you're, first of all, you're saying that you had recently gotten an approval from Buildings Department for another building on the same block where predominantly built up was applied. And so you feel confident it would apply here. Okay. So you have the FAR.
Yes.
And we know that the zoning allows a 3-family home in this zoning district. Mm-hmm. And because of that, you're proposing a 3-story building with 3 families. And because of that, you need to have 2 parking spaces. Okay, I get that. Then the question is, why do you need a waiver for the planting? Why can't the parking be in the cellar?
We don't have any cellar for that building.
Hold on. We are having some noise disruption in our area, so we will not be able to hear you. Just give us like a...
It might be a while.
Yeah.
It might be a while.
That's the tunnel thing, yeah.
Yeah, can you speak a little bit louder, because the noise here is very loud, so I want to make sure that we can hear you.
Yes, okay, yes, I will speak louder.
Okay,
we
go ahead.
do have a cellar for the building, and then the question is that we provided, it's only 20-foot wide lot, and we have 18-foot front yard. If you have to go down to the cellar, that means it will take a lot to go down to maintain the
1 to 7 speech that you need in order to go to drive the car for the driveway to go down to the cellar.
Okay. So, is it not possible to, I mean, your initial plan had a parking at grade with an apartment in the back. Now, granted, that doesn't get you a two-bedroom unit, but it gets you a unit in the back. And if you did that and provided one parking in the building in the front and another tandem parking in the back, would you still not be able to meet the, I think you would be then able to meet the planting requirement. So you would have 3 units. It's that instead of 3 two-bedroom units, you would have two bedroom units, and the one on the ground floor will be a 1-bedroom or a studio.
If I may just, go ahead, Ken, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Chris.
No, I just thought that was what was a big concern, Chair, last hearing was by putting the interior garage.
I think the big concern, Mr. Wright, I think the big concern with the layout were many things. One was it was a basement unit, cellar unit with no lights, and then the spaces were much, much bigger than which is an accessory space to the living space that is going to be at grade, which was barely 250 square foot. And the concern was a 250 square foot space on the ground floor is not at all livable. So people will invariably live downstairs in the cellar, and that's why we wanted the cellar to be eliminated, right? But at the same time, you can have a living space, and the reason your layout on the ground floor in the initial plan was complicated was because of this various ramps and other structures that you had, which took away a lot of your entryways and other things. Whereas now that you've eliminated the cellar space and other circulation points, I think you get some floor area that you can add to your existing unit on the ground floor, which may not be a 2-bedroom unit, but it can be much bigger than what you had initially proposed, without you having to go into the cellar and have a reasonable unit on the ground floor with a parking in the front and a tandem parking next to it, and provide your parking planting.
Let Ken respond to that. I'm sorry. I should let Ken respond. My apologies. Ken?
The last time, I think one of the reasons was the unit on the ground floor was a bit too small. So we opted in making it a lot bigger to make it comparable to the other floor. So that was one of the reasons why we eliminated the parking and bring it to the front.
I'm just going to look at the original submission.
Yeah, I can put it up on the screen if that's helpful.
If you can, that would be great.
So this is what was the proposed plans from July 20th. And so you can see there was an indoor parking spot and then a tandem outdoor spot with the planting area and a ramp down here. And this was that unit that you were saying had the smaller space with the open cellar down below.
Right. So in this case, the space became really small for 2 reasons. One is, if you go to the ground floor plan, please, thank you. You had a staircase that was going downstairs from the main area to the cellar, and then there was the ramp, which was resulting in the entry to the building being very far away from the main entrance. You can pull that, pretty much align it where the garage is, so you get an extra space. And by not having the staircase go down into the cellar, the duplex unit, you gain more space. So you can get a reasonable unit layout. We have seen unit layouts like this, where you have like a small, generous size studio in that capacity. And I don't see why that cannot be facilitated here, along with the way you have the garage layout. Because keep in mind, what you were proposing before was two bedroom units above with 1 studio below, which is what we are asking you to recapture without all of these complicated vertical circulations and ramp conditions, and gain those spaces back. At no point were you proposing all 3 units to be a 2-bedroom unit, because if you were, you cannot do that with the ground floor unit because there is no living allowed in the cellar or in the basement. So it had to be a studio. So what we are letting you to do, what we were suggesting is to do a unit on the ground floor, bigger, populated, more operable, more functional, with more floor area by removing a lot of these circulations.
I'm not sure you can build a studio for 250 square feet.
Well, if you gain that lobby,
325, isn't it?
you can provide the lobby space, that portion of the area that is the lobby space, that can be gained.
I think I mean, to me, it seems like the applicant is trying very hard to maintain a 3-family unit and asking for waivers in order to be able to provide 3 marketable.
I am sorry, that's the applicant proposed 3 units, granted, but the applicant proposed 2-bedroom, 2 units and 1 studio unit. And what the applicant is proposing now is 3 2-bedroom units and a parking waiver.
Right.
And before it was 3 units with no parking waiver. So I do not see why we have to, sorry, 3 units without any parking waiver and no planting waiver. And now again, the applicant is proposing 3 units, but with a planting waiver. I do not see why a planting waiver has to be granted just because of the elimination of a basement and a cellar. Since the parking was never going to be in the cellar and the basement, it was going to be on the ground floor.
Yeah,
that's really where my issue is with this project,
right,
in terms of the planning. You were always proposing 2 2-bedroom units and 1 studio with 2 parking spaces and with the planting requirement. You're still providing that, but now you're providing 3 2-bedrooms and a parking waiver. I do not see why that should be provided. That should be granted. You have not convinced me that that layout is the only possible layout.
Right. It does seem, yeah, that there's some room to expand the unit on the ground floor based on the proposed plan and how.
And that's why I had asked you to eliminate the cellar space, because A, the cellar space cannot be used for habitable. And we do not want to go about, and that eliminates all the vertical circulation from that 1-bedroom, from that unit on the ground floor. You get more space, really furnishable space. And you also eliminate a lot of the vertical circulation at grade level, at the entrance of the lobby. Therefore, you get a lot of the lobby space to your apartment, which gives you more furnishing and habitable space on that ground floor unit that's in the back, with a garage in the front and a tandem parking garage space in the front with your planting requirement. Am I clear on that?
I understand what you're saying.
Yes, Mr. Costanza.
Yes, Madam Chair, and I believe, I don't want to speak for you, but this is a focus on the E-finding.
This is a focus on the E-finding, exactly.
Okay, stop sharing.
I mean, it's hard to go back. I mean, we submitted an original design. I understand that, and it wasn't particularly well laid out and well thought of. And so, but we did have a basement and we did have a penthouse, and that's kind of how we tried to make up for the floor area that we lost because of the garage. And so I understand that that was the way things were laid out at the beginning. But we tried what we tried to do because the board had such concerns about, I mean, I think the FAR for that project, the original project, was close to the 1.65, or I was trying to find the exact numbers, because we had a penthouse, we had a basement, and we did this kind of jumping through some hoops. And so what we tried to do here was just to start from scratch in the design, because there were so many problems with it. and just say, what would be the best? Let's try it again. Let's not have any spaces that look a little bizarre, or no penthouses, no basements, no cellars that have access. And what we try to do is start kind of over again to still hit our FAR, because that's important, and to still have 3 units. And I agree, we now have a ground floor 2-bedroom unit rather than the other kind of studio with all sorts of angles and ups and downs, and we had a penthouse as well. So that's my concern. I mean, I don't know what the FAR calculation would be if we do this proposal, but I just want to say that there's a real effort to try to start over again with our design, because it was so universally rejected by the board, and not to be, and so we're not trying to sneak in an extra floor anywhere. We're trying to make a more, I think, consistent design, 3 levels that are the same size, same shape, which is less expensive to build. And Ken can talk about more than me. A simpler design, get rid of all the penthouses and all the angles. And so I'm not, so that's what we're trying to do here.
We can appreciate the predicament that you're in. Unfortunately, we have to meet the finding. So, keeping in mind what you did submit and what you're submitting now, I would suggest that putting it in writing and saying why what you're going to make some changes, put in writing and say why this is the least that you could request to become made whole.
Oh, well, okay. I mean, okay.
And I think
Can I also say that what goes hand in hand with this is giving us a greater context for what's going on in the neighborhood, because the way in which you're structuring your building as a 3-family, you now are requiring an additional waiver. And so in order to do that, you have to show us that 3 families, and that's the context of the neighborhood. So it's not an unusual ask, it's just a typical design in that neighborhood. So you have to support your ask in as many ways as possible.
Yeah, I mean, one thing, I'm sorry the revised facts and findings came in late. I should have submitted earlier, but I did try to do some of the things that Commissioner Shabeta talked about. And in terms of more justification and more and some information about the 3 families in the neighborhood. And I was going to say we will give you more the map that was requested in the review session about more 3-family context in the neighborhood. My only concern about this another redesign of the ground floor, it's a trade-off of losing, turning the ground floor into a much smaller unit and and we'll lose floor area, which is crucial.
I'm going to caution you with what you're saying, because this would be contrary to the initial plan. At no point should you assume in the initial plan that the cellar space would supplement as an additional habitable space.
I didn't mean to say that.
You would, right? Please.
I wasn't trying to say that. If you thought that I was we had a basement and a penthouse.
I think it's best at this point that we have exhausted this a bit. I think it's best for next submission. And you've heard the comments of the board. I think respond to it.
Well, I'm just trying to, the client is interested in wrapping this up. I'm not opposed to talking to the client, and he's listening to saying, come back with a smaller ground floor with the garage inside. We just think that financially this is a better design. And so I'm trying to decide, should we continue to try to promote this design? And because one of the things I was going to add today was looking at the planting. I was looking at the design of the two. I look at the planting of neighborhood buildings, which are modern, more recent buildings next door to us. And there is some planting and some landscaping. And so I was going to suggest, perhaps, in order to defend this project, was to give it, because I know you asked for a drawing showing the waivers, that perhaps Ken could fit some landscaping in. Some of the landscaping I see in this neighborhood is right up against the building, next to the stoop, and some of it's between the parking spaces. And so what I was going to suggest, that maybe Ken could do a drawing showing where we can get. We're still having the two.
Want to stop for a moment?
I have a suggestion.
Yes.
As I was looking at this site and its proximity to transit, is it very well served by mass transit?
I think that the parking spaces are also part of making the units more marketable. I think almost everybody in the neighborhood has a
Are
parking.
these going to be rental or condos?
Ken, what is that? What's the market there?
Rental.
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 There's a 3 train 2 blocks away.
Huh?
There's a 3 train 2.
Yeah, I did do the Google search and that's why I'm asking. It is a very well-served neighborhood. And just as a larger policy of the city that it's directing towards, I'm just offering this as a suggestion.
Yes.
If you want to trade a variance, which is a waiver of a parking requirement for a planting requirement.
I'll take it.
I think probably
you need to discuss it with your client.
Ken, sorry.
You need to discuss with your client, Chris. I mean, I'll take it, but discuss it with your client.
Yeah, well, okay. But what I'm thinking, just let me think out loud for a minute, is, getting rid of the parking waiver. Again, it's not a parking waiver, the planting waiver, keeping us just the simpler side yard waiver, which the board is more comfortable with just doing one waiver. Building the interior garage for one space. I think we need 2 spaces. I think that's more important to the client. I'm just going to make a judgment. Keep 1 space in the street, do the planting, do the interior garage, and make a smaller unit in the ground floor and have it 3-family. I'm making a guess. I got to talk to John, the client, right after this, which way he wants to go. But I'm asking the board if that kind of design is where you're suggesting we should go.
It's very difficult for us to review these things on the fly, but you heard what the comments are and an option that I'm suggesting. Discuss it with your client,
Okay.
See how you can address, how you can try to address that, especially the findings related to E. And I see our executive director's hand is up. Mr. Costanza, do you want to add anything to it?
Yeah, I think just maybe to help with some guidance, I think in the hierarchy of the request, right? I appreciate Mr. Wright's position as to what the full development potential on the lot is, but I think we have to look at it in the lens of the variance. And I think in the board considering the side yard variance waiver, right? It's that you have a developable property, right? And hopefully that makes you whole. It may not get you to the full enchilada that the client was hoping for, but you have a viable property now that maybe falls a little bit shorter than what you were proposing, but what's wrong with it, right? I think once it's clear that the side yard waiver alleviated the major problem, right, it becomes a little more difficult in justifying the other 2 waivers unless there is some rationale or something that you can quantify. So I don't want to say you can and you cannot. That's not my job. But I want you to focus in your argument, in your narrative, if you're going to pursue something other than what the board's suggesting. Again, it's the E finding.
No, Carlo,
definitely the E finding, because a 2-family, and again, I can't tell you the market of a 2-family with a walk-in or a 2-family with a studio in this neighborhood and this house typology. But again, I just wanted to focus what the exercise needs to be and what the narrative needs to demonstrate. If I tied it all together, I hope I did.
Okay. Thank you, Carlo. I appreciate it. I think we have guidance here. I think we're done unless there's, I think I know.
There is one question I had raised with regards to finding D.
Yes.
In terms of.
Yes. May I address that?
Sure.
I know you were concerned about the lot on the other side, lot 114.
Yeah, it's
Right.
basically that whole series of, so from the narrative, and I want to thank you for providing a very detailed narrative of how the site came into being. So it seems when lots 17, the home on lot 17 was demolished, it was demolished with its other attached homes that were abutting it, and which was on lot, what is 114, 113, 1112, and 111. And then federal government took over those properties, and then they were subsequently disposed. That's kind of what I'm gathering from the notes. And
Go ahead.
Go ahead. If I'm wrong, please correct me.
Well, I'm looking at the report that we submitted, and I'm looking at the comparison of lot 17 to lot 114 after I heard your comments. And as far as I can tell, lot 114 has from 1961 to now has been owned by the same person. So I see there's HUD, HUD is involved with lot 17. HUD took ownership for a while, and then the owner of the other lot bought that, and that's the analysis we did, the lot 17. But I see no common ownership, unless I'm mistaken, between and the report's there. If you look, if you compare lot 17 to lot 114 from 1961, it says Devin Morris owns it all the way to now, and there's a variety of owners on our lot. And then in 1977, there was this common ownership problem with lot 18. So if you have the report that EM prepared, Urban Cartographics prepared,
Yeah,
you have that in front of you, Chair?
Where did I go wrong?
If you look at the first titles comparison between lot 17 and lot 114.
Sorry, I'm just not being very fast on this one. Which one should I be looking at? Can you point me to the? I'm looking.
It's the first. If you go through the first
right?
pass through the first couple of pages of the narrative.
I'm sorry.
The first title comparison between lot 17 and lot 114.
Okay, I'm looking.
It's the third page, maybe. It's the page after the signature. And what do you have that?
Oh God, why am I having? Okay, I'm looking at page 3.
Oh, may I ask you one question, Chair? Do you have the October? Do you have October? Is this the October 5th, 2023 study? Because the first one was an error. You may have the first one there. We submitted one that was an error.
I'm looking
We
at
had the wrong
12.
reports.
I'm looking
so
at
we submitted a new one.
Stop talking.
I'm looking at 10/12/2023 common ownership analysis.
It's dated
And
October 5th on the
Uh,
heading,
this
but
is
our
the-
DSA submission date is 10/12. Just to clarify.
Okay,
So-
that's it. That's the correct one. So now go past the narrative and look at the first title study between 17 and 114, please.
On the website. Sorry.
Okay, page.
Page 3, I think. Let's see, page 4. Page 4.
Okay, lot 17 and lot 36, I see that.
No.
Then
Lot 36.
I see, yeah, I see lot 36. I don't see 114.
I have it here.
Okay, can somebody share the screen? I don't want to take too much time of the.
I can put it on the screen.
Yes,
but
please.
I'm not. Let's see. All right, so I was trying to find what
Oh,
you're
there it is,
referencing.
114. I went past it. Now I see it. Okay, go ahead.
Where am
Yeah,
I?
come back. Scroll up, please. That's 36. Keep going up.
18.
That's 18, and this is the one right there, 114. There it is.
So the way I see this is lot lot 17 and lot 114, Morris, George Ryan, 88, George Ryan, David Morris. Why did I? Oh man. Really did.
Oh, I remember this.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay, no, my apologies. I'm totally wrong on this one, and I apologize for taking
That's
everything.
okay.
I'm sorry.
I just heard from John, from the client, he's willing to forego the parking space in order to maintain the floor area of the first floor.
Sorry, go ahead.
yes, he's willing to forgo the parking space. He want to apply instead for a parking waiver. Instead of providing two
Yeah,
parking
let me talk. Ken, he's,
spaces.
sorry to interrupt. May I talk, please? May I talk? Sorry.
Again, I think it's better in a submission at this point.
Can I make a suggestion? I'm glad that you were able to reach out to your client so quickly, but I would strongly suggest that you guys regroup, go over the suggestions that we made, go over what you're proposing, and revise and focus on finding E to put together this proposal.
Can I say, I think that granting a parking waiver here it would be in excess of minimum variance here. I don't see why they need the parking waiver.
May I just clarify one?
The minimal variance.
Go ahead.
I'm
May-
not
may I
saying
cla-
they
may I
need the
clar-
parking waiver is what I'm saying.
Go ahead.
We're not asking for a parking waiver. I just want to know, just want to clarify, I'm not disagreeing with you. We're asking for a planting waiver and providing the required parking. I know there's a lot of, maybe there's a mix-up here. We're not asking for a parking waiver. We want the 2 spaces. We think it's better for the project. We're asking for a waiver of the planting so we can put both parking spaces. So
Mr. Wright,
because
I understand. I think the architect just said that the client would take the chair's offer of switching it for a parking waiver. And I'm responding to that proposal that I think that I don't understand why a parking waiver would be required in order to meet the minimal variance. So I'm responding to an earlier discussion, not the actual proposed
Okay.
right now.
I'm sorry. Yeah, we're getting some texts from the client. Let Ken and I regroup with the client
I would
and take
suggest,
the board.
yeah, please don't come to any conclusion on this, discuss it. You're hearing this discussion live, real time amongst us. So you get the idea where the board is going and the concerns every commissioner has raised. So keep that in your mind and figure out how you will address finding E.
We will. Thank you. We've heard your comments.
All right, let's go to the public.
So the case we're currently discussing is 2023-03BZ. Not 519 Jerome Street, Brooklyn, should you wish to discuss. Dial 646-558-8656 or our toll-free number 888-475-4499. At the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 830-4328. What did you do? 4328-2901 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to speak on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your little Zoom hand that's at the bottom of your screen. Once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss. I don't know what the.
So, Mr. Wright, how much time do you need to make the revision?
May I ask one question, please? Is that possible? Of just what Commissioner Yoon said? You don't think a parking waiver is justified? Is that what you said? I want to be just clear.
I'm not convinced that it's justified at this time.
Okay, thank you. I just want to, there's some confusion. I'm getting texts.
Yeah.
So
Of course.
okay. I think if we come back, we now have a little bit of redesign. So what's the first January 8th, I think, is you're giving out? Is that true?
We can do January.
That'd be great.
Okay.
The first year in January would be fine. Then we can redesign and get this back to you and get to the objections.
Yeah.
'Cause even the waiver objection had to be fixed because DOB issued the wrong one, but we'll fix it now.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. We are waiting?
Yeah.
Okay.
Are we done?
I like the earlier number.
Okay, we have to change it.
The reason is that it really,
It shocks you.
it shocks me, yeah. Okay, thank you.
That it?
And it's at 1:20 and none of us have eaten any lunch. And since it's Halloween, I don't want us to become ghoulish. So let's go for a 35 minute break,
What is it?
lunch break, 35-minute lunch break.
Okay, and what time should we be returning?
We're at
Good time.
1:20, that
55.
55.
1:55. Ooh, I
1:55.
can count. 1:55.
Thank you.
Figure it. I fixed it.
Thank you.
Good seeing you. Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween. I didn't wear my costume. I should have. Take care.
Yes. The reason I like this, it's so
Please,
loud.
have someone mute the,
But it shocks me.
have someone mute the main computer? Okay, if someone could unmute the main computer.
Can you hear us, Carla?
It says recording.
Yes.
It says recording.
Yeah, so just if everyone can make sure your mics are unmuted, and I will begin the streaming.
Oh, you get it? Okay.
Ready?
Ready?
Why can't video? Thank you.
Okay, we are live again.
Hey, you wanna change the screen?
Ms. Matias, turn your microphone on.
Just a moment, sir.
Thank you.
Just to change the screen.
Jella, could you change the screen, please?
Thank you.
Good afternoon. We're back on the record. Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for October 31st, 2023. We'll continue with the new cases.
I believe this is Mr. Goldstein.
2023 20BZ 1628 East 24th Street, Brooklyn.
Hi, I'm here instead.
Oh, Bonnie, hi.
I'm here also, but Bonnie's gonna handle.
Okay, is anyone else with you, gentlemen?
No.
No, okay. Raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Bonnie Rose with the Law Office of Jay Goldstein here on behalf of the applicant. We heard the board's comments this morning. Again, we appreciate their feedback and their review. As to the statement of facts, we will update the chart to include the proposed and existing lot coverage. In terms of the 73-622, we do address section 3 at page 7 of the statement of facts, but we can amplify that discussion in our next submission. As Commissioner Yoon noted, we did submit an amended lot coverage study with the data corrected. And as to the rear yard, we understand the board's comments and concerns. We'll reduce the building so that we leave a 23-foot rear yard above the first floor. And I believe that was everything.
You mean on the second floor?
Right, above the first floor.
Above the floor, okay. So you would have a rear yard of what depth?
23 feet.
23 feet.
I thought you wanted 25.
Commissioner Sheta was, I think, I want to, let me just bring out the rear yard study for this.
Most valuable resource.
Was a rear yard study. And there's the rear yard photos and rear yard studies. Okay. All right. So I think Commissioner Sheta is correct. The abutting lots, one is 28 foot and the other one is 25 foot. So I think it should be shaved to 25 foot at least. So instead of 3 feet, you need to set it back 5 feet. Is that possible?
So just in terms of the layout, it would be easier to accomplish 23 feet if the board would be amenable to that. You know, we would respectfully ask to go with that if the board would be open to it, but we understand the board's direction if not.
Still trying to understand why, in terms of layout, it will be easier to set it back 3 and not 5. Can you walk me through it?
I mean, just in terms of the bedrooms, we can confirm with the architect though, and just double check if 25 feet would be possible.
Okay.
I believe that if you look at the first floor, the width of the kitchen is very generous. So it's like you're stretching the building to like shorten the kitchen width a little bit. And on the second floor, yeah, probably here, it's gonna need like to be reconfigured, the second floor, but on the
I think the
first floor,
second floor, it's the rear portion where the master bedroom suite is where the concern is.
Yeah.
The ground floor, it's
Oh,
a
sorry, yes,
typical-
you're right, my bad, yes.
Yeah.
The ground floor is good to go, yeah. The second floor is,
There's a little bit of a give in the laundry room, you push, but then. Okay, we'll look into it and then see if it's possible. If not, give a justification and then submit your revision. Just want to look at the elevation section. Okay, it does set back in the rear once. So you set it back there, the roof will get pushed back. Okay. Okay, yeah.
Okay. Look into that.
Okay, all right. Any other questions or comments?
Can I ask, sorry, I'm trying to confirm now with the client whether or not they're willing to agree to the 5 feet or if they want to explore it. I spoke to them before and the 3 feet they'd agreed to, and that's why we were okay with it.
I understand. That's because
would it be possible? No, that's fine. Would it be possible to second call this or call it back? Because if that's the only issue and we agree to the 5 feet, then we would ask that the board close the hearing perhaps, and we just submit the plans.
Fine, I'm okay with the second
they
call.
agree to the 5 feet.
Yeah, I'm okay with the second call on this one.
Okay, so then I would ask that at the board's discretion. I appreciate it.
Yeah, should we go to the public now or should we do it as part of the second call?
I would go to the public now if people have been waiting.
Okay, all right.
All right. So the case we're currently discussing is 2023 20BZ 1628 East 24th Street, Brooklyn. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656 or a toll-free number, which is 888-475-4499. At the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 830-4328-2901 and the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to be able to speak on the phone. And if you are in the Zoom room already and wish to participate, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
All right. Okay, we will second call this. So
No one's raised their hand. No one's.
Nobody has raised their hand.
Okay. Next item, 2023-21 BZ, 1337 East 24th Street, Brooklyn. Jay? Mr. Goldstein? But
Me
Ms.
again.
Rose? Ms. Rose? You wanna do
Yes.
it? Okay, so raise your right hand. I have to swear you in for each case. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments.
Okay, thank you. Bonnie Rose with the Law Office of Jay Goldstein on behalf of the applicant. Once again, we heard and appreciate the board's comments. We can have the FAR study corrected and submit to the board. In terms of the community board recommendation, Community Board 14 did vote to approve the application. They emailed the recommendation to the BSA on September 12th, and we also forwarded a copy of the recommendation to the board just now as well.
Yes, we did
received it
receive
this
it.
morning.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we did not have any other comments on this. Any questions or comments? Let's go to the public then.
I just want to make sure.
So the case we're currently discussing is 2023-21 BZ, 1337 East 24th Street, Brooklyn. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656 or our toll-free number, which is 888-475-4499. At the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 830-4328-2901 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to be able to speak on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to discuss, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
Was there a rear yard study provided? I'm not able to locate it. I know I did see it
It's there,
before.
yeah.
It's
We
there.
do have one.
Yeah, I somehow I'm not able to locate it now. I did review it. I know I did. Oh, there it is, amended rear yard. Okay.
Almost.
So in this one,
No one has raised their hands or called in.
There are like 4 properties with 20 and 24 rear yards.
I think in this one, because the FAR proposed is less than 1 FAR, I was okay with the rear yard, and it has a very mix of rear yard. There are those that are 20 foot wide, 14 feet, it varies, and there are also some that are 35 foot. By and large, it seems to be a lot with a block with more narrower, shallower rear yards than the previous one. I'm just kind of stating my reason why I did not flag it in this case, whereas I did in the previous one.
Yeah, and it's kind of, they are not like going with 25 on the
Yeah.
first floor and 20 on the second. They are going with 22 average on both.
Yeah.
Right, so
So it's more or less
Yeah.
the same.
Yeah. Okay.
Did you raised the issue about the zoning analysis, although Commissioner Yoon said it was in another. folder, but you said there was something different on the plan. Am I misunderstanding that?
So I did see the FAR numbers being different in the document.
I'm sorry, on the zoning analysis and on the existing plans?
Yeah, and the statement of facts, there was inconsistency in the FAR.
Okay, I can double check.
And that's with regards to the existing.
Okay. Can check into that.
Okay. So if there aren't any comments or any changes that needs to be made, I would like to make a recommendation to close.
Okay, you need to go to public first.
Oh, I thought we did.
Oh, I just did. Sorry. Sorry.
Doesn't matter how loud that bell rings.
The bell doesn't go off in my head. Okay, you want to close this?
Yes.
A motion to close, Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
All right.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye. And all we need is a revision to the FAR number for the existing or any
Right.
discrepancy that you may see. Okay?
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, we'll
Thank
get
you.
back to
We
you on the
will,
date.
yeah, we'll try to get back to you. And
Yeah.
okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a good one, everyone.
Bye.
2023 BZ 295 Exeter Street, Brooklyn. This is Elise. Bolaire.
I'm not a.
Who else
fan
is with you, Miss Bolaire?
There should be a Julia Arata, I don't know if I'm pronouncing her name, and Bob Palermo.
Bob is not listed here. I don't see him on the list.
I just spoke with them and they said they were coming on. I see Julia.
And who
muted.
is Lisa?
Lisa Metz?
Lisa, I think, is an objector of this application. She's a public.
Oh, okay.
And then I see
Daniel
Daniel
Benzaken.
Benzaken.
He is the owner, but I don't think he needs to say anything unless he wants to speak in the public session. Julia and Bob are together on Zoom and muted.
Public session? Do we have property owners to speak in this public session?
Sure.
Yeah.
As opposed to being, yeah, well, the applicant, it's client.
Yeah.
As team, but not as, that means they have to be sworn in. That's what I'm
Yes.
saying. Yes.
Yeah.
Then I think it would be best.
Oh,
if-
Daniel said he doesn't want to speak. He just texted me.
Oh, okay. So he won't swear him in.
Like, that's what I'm saying. He doesn't need to speak. He's
Okay,
not-
but if he at some point wants to, I have to swear him in.
Understood.
Okay, Ms. Metz, when we call for the public to speak, then we will allow you in, Ms. Metz. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do. Thank you. Elise Fullader from Eric Polanik PC. Thank you so much for your comments. I'm here with Julia and Bob from the architect team, and I'd like to share the plans and the zoning analysis form so we can walk through it together and we can all be clear on what we are supposed to change.
Excuse me a second, the architect, I didn't hear them clearly. So can we read the testimony again, swear testimony, and I want to hear them clearly say yes.
Okay.
To confirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions? Oh, okay, it's not loud enough, that's why.
Okay.
It was not. Thank you, I apologize, thank you. Okay, go ahead, Ms. Fullader, sorry to interrupt you.
Okay. Can you see this? Yeah.
Yes.
Right. Okay, so I'm going to start with the simpler comments and then we can move to the more complicated comments after. So first, we understand that it shouldn't be 0.6, it should be 0.5 because we're not in a lower density or a lower, sorry, you said management area. Yeah, sorry, a lower density management area. Also, we will fix the references in the parking spaces to the correct section.
And also all the yard analysis should be based on residential and not community facility.
Oh, yes, and all that as well. So that is an easy fix, and we understand that this form needs to be updated. Okay, so that's the first piece of it. Moving on. I have too much open. Okay, so next I'm gonna share the plans. We heard Commissioner Shetta's comments about showing a clearer version of this preliminary firm map that is directly taken from the firm map that we have also included with the application. That's no problem, and we can more clearly show that and show as he requested in his analysis. Then next.
Can you also update the FEMA map that was submitted like separately?
Yeah, we can make it clearer.
Yeah, and where you got from the elevation, the 12.27, the base flood elevation? Because I did look at the FEMA map, the separate one, the old one, and I couldn't see an elevation. I just saw a flood depth, and it says from, I believe, from 1 foot to 3 feet flood depth. So I'm not sure where from the 12.27 came.
Julia, you
Yes.
can.
Thank you for having us here. So my name is Julia. I'm the project manager. I wanted to point out that the average NAVD elevation of the site is 11.27, and the 12 feet comes from the nearest 1% flood zone elevation next to our site. So that is where we're coming from with the base flood elevation and the design flood elevation.
So you took the average for the grades and you added the 1 to 3 feet, and then you took the average?
Yes, it was an extrapolation.
So we can add the actual FEMA zone, actual FEMA map. This is a comparison map also from FEMA, showing that pre-Sandy condition and a post-Sandy condition.
The pre-Sandy one says it's 30. And I understand after Sandy, some flood elevations went down, interestingly. But what I'm saying is when you look at the new FEMA map, first of all, I'm not sure if it was adapted fully or not, but let's say it is. When you look at the numbers at the AO zone, it says the depth is 1 to 3 feet. And I just want to understand, did you take the grade elevations at the property location and you added 1, and then you added 3, and then you took the average for these, and that's how you came up with the 12.27?
So we have a legal survey also on the following page, which lists the NAVD elevations, an average of 11.27.
Is this it? Should I get closer to see it?
You probably can't see it in very detail on close-up at this point. We can enlarge the map to show those elevations, but we did add a foot in order to accommodate for the 1% chance of flood.
So you took the grade elevation and you added just 1 foot to come up with the base flood elevation?
Yes, and then we added 2 extra feet for design flood elevation.
And why did you add just 1 foot? If the FEMA map says that you have 1 to 3 feet of flood, that means that water could come either at, if you have 11.27 grade elevation, let's say. If FEMA map says 1 to 3 feet flood depth, that means that the top of the flood or the base flood elevation could be at 12.27 to 14.27. When you average that, it doesn't. What I'm saying is you shouldn't add just 1 foot. You should add the average of 1 plus 3 divided by 2. I'm talking about this because I don't want you guys go to the DOB and then come back to us. So make sure that these numbers are looked at and they are correct.
Okay, we'll look into that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I guess we'll move on. Also talking about flood elevation, we heard the comments about updating our notes with Appendix G and 62 ZR 6200, and we'll look into we'll re-listen to the notes that you said. You said something about all changing the language. We'll update that. That's easy enough to comply with and check that.
The introductory message should be this: BSA is not waiving any flood regulations, period. And then after that, and then you can complete the sentence on the drawing right now. And wherever this note exists, should be modified that way.
Understood, and that we can do that. The next thing we'd like to discuss, and I'll go to it and Julia can help me with this, is discussing the floor area diagrams and the DOB approval that you brought up post Sandy. So I think with Julia, is this the best page to show for that?
Actually, the previous page.
The previous page, okay. This page?
And one more page up.
Oh, one more up, okay. There we go. Okay, so if you want to tell them kind of a history of the approvals on this site and what we will do to update the floor area.
Yeah, so after Hurricane Sandy, the owners did a slight renovation to the exterior of the building, and they did file built-in department plans that show that. This is where we have received the information for the exterior second floor extension, but 4 feet by about 20 feet or less. The plans that we received were already approved. So this is what we based our proposed plans on. If the board decides that you want us to take the information from prior to Sandy conditions, we can show what that previous extension is the dimensions and what it looks like. Also, we'll provide the existing sections if you would like us to. So the proposed plans under this application actually have been devised from the previously approved built-in department plan.
I lost you. I'm trying to understand, how did you arrive at 0.64 FAR and how did DOB approved 0.64 FAR when it exceeds the allowable FAR, even including the attic roof?
The previous plans that were filed did not show explicit information. They were shown already with the seeming extension that was that exceeds the floor area as of right. So our calculations here show in the existing column where it says 2,000 square feet, the first floor is 960 square feet, and the second floor is 1,040 square feet, which already includes a slight enlargement, which was already approved under the previous DOB approval. So the existing condition as of now already exceeds the minimum floor area.
The maximum floor area.
The maximum allowable floor area as of right.
So the last set of improvements that DOB approved had nothing to do with the second floor being enlarged to 1,040 square foot?
They didn't show explicit information. They just already included that small rear enlargement.
So when was that extension done? 1,000. The reason I'm asking this question and I'm being persistent about it is if let's say it's most likely this building was 960 square foot on ground floor and 960 square foot on second floor. At some point, the building in the rear on the second floor was enlarged, and that increased the FAR to 0.64. And what this action before us is for you to not only allow you to legalize that extension, because you're saying DOB didn't weigh in on it because what you were there for is just an exterior improvement and nothing with regards to enlarging something. So they just assume what you had before was, and maybe this was self-certified, I don't know. But whatever was there was pre-existing, you were just recladding it or doing some retouching or something.
Was by a different architect.
I didn't hear you.
I said it was by a different architect.
Okay, it was by a different architect. Be that as it may, I think we need to look at what was there legally before 61, how much was the enlargement that happened? That you, in this case, I would say you're trying to legalize in addition to what you're trying to propose.
And we discussed this offline, and we believe that we would, even if we have to show this as a legalization and we can't count it, we still maintain the 50%. It's just a slightly different analysis.
Right, you know the process, so I just kind of, but we need to be very clear what.
Oh, yeah, understood. I'm just trying to also tell you that we also spoke about this, and in this, if we all come to this conclusion that we need to show it as a legalization, we still believe we meet the findings and we can show it.
So, and you know diagrammatically how you need to show that, and also the chart then will have to be pre-existing, enlargement, existing, and what you're proposing to legalize plus enlarge.
Yeah, and we can only count as our, part of our 50%. We understand what was legally.
Okay, okay.
Right, Julia, we're good on that.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So, and then just for my understanding, so the existing column would be more of a legal column, correct? So she'd also have to update that.
Yes, you would have to update the existing chart and show it as existing, which includes the, or you can say in bracket legalization, existing including the legalization.
Okay, yeah, just for clarification, because that's
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
In the chart, in your statement of facts, it would be very helpful if you have, if you can break it up into A, what's permitted, B, what was pre-existing, then what is existing now, which includes the legalization, and then the proposal, which is the legalization plus the enlargement.
Understood. Okay. So let me look through the next item. And then I think that we will clarify floor area based on, we also heard comments about dimensioning different items. So Julia, you can relook at all of that when you're doing this analysis, correct?
Yeah, we'll modify all the numbers as well.
So the next comment is this architect team very nicely prepared, and I'd like to just show it. We believe that we can easily fit the parking space in the rear, and she provided a site plan, and I'd just like to show it, and I will submit it to the board, but just to show you what our plan is for that parking space. Okay, hold on, sorry, I thought I had it open, but here we go. Okay. Share screen, share. So as you can see, we can, they provided a turning radius to show that we could put the required parking space in the rear.
People who drive, is this acceptable?
Can you zoom in?
Yep. Is that enough? Or do you need more zoom in?
No, I agree that we shouldn't review this on the fly, but it's.
Sorry, we're just trying to address your.
I think the bottom line is that your parking space has to be within your parcel and not in the driveway.
And we totally understand that, and we were trying to find a solution here.
Okay. Okay. I'm not saying yes or no. I need to review it in the next submission.
Okay, no problem.
I'm still not able to read the drawings very clearly.
Okay, no problem. Just trying to solve it all so we can hopefully move forward with this application. The next item I wanted to say is, or show you, is we have 32% on the lot coverage study. You said it doesn't show existing, but we can look into it, but I'm pretty sure the 32% was the existing lot coverage.
Oh.
It was updated in the notice of comments, a bunch of stuff. I don't know.
Oh, yeah. No, I see it now. I must have been looking at something else then.
Yeah,
Sorry.
we had an old one. No, it's no problem. I just wanted to clarify that.
It happens sometimes when we get later submissions, we don't. And if we haven't had the time, or since we have reviewed it earlier on, we've, our notes don't get updated. So it happens to be a lot.
Okay, and then the last item, I think this is the last item, is the biggest item to discuss, the design of the staircase in the back and our rear. Julia, is there a good page I should go to for this discussion? I don't know. Should I keep going this, or should I do further in?
I think you need to go to page 16 onwards is where the proposed is. There you go.
There you go. Okay, so if you want to explain how you designed it and why you designed it this way, and we can have a discussion.
So the extension contains a bedroom on the second floor and a bedroom on the first floor. Because the owners are a young couple with a small child, they're also waiting to expand their family, have more children. They also have aging parents who visit often, and they rely on them for babysitting. So they wanted to have a second floor child's bedroom where they could actually keep an eye on the child as the child grows up. And the parents, when they visit, they would be on the first floor. And, you know, it would be an easier access for the grandparents to get up to the second floor to either help with the child or help babysit separately, or, you know, as a family be together and actually accommodate the grandparents and the expanding family in the new addition. So this is the second access to the second floor bedroom is through the first floor kitchen and dining area, so that you wouldn't have to walk to the second floor through an entire master bedroom to get to the new second floor bedroom or the child's bedroom. So this is an easier access to get to the second floor extension. It's through this rear extension at the first floor.
It's actually an alternate shortcut to that bedroom addition.
Okay, so this is really for the grandparents to access their grandchild's bedroom from the lower floor. And then they will be using the bathroom on the second floor, not on the ground floor?
There's a powder room at the first floor that they could use. And if need be, they could go upstairs to a larger bathroom to use it if needed.
I have the first floor plan here, if that's helpful. I can.
No, I see it. I'm looking at it. Just seems like a strange solution, but
Up and down for kids?
Yeah.
Good cardio.
Good cardio.
Good cardio.
Yeah. Your concern with the stair was just the depth of extension required, or?
Yeah, I think for me, this is a staircase that it's a circular staircase that's also going to the attic space, which is a storage space. And I know for sure taking any stuff up and down a circular staircase is not fun or
Especially
easy.
one as small as that one.
Yeah. So I'm questioning why a circular staircase has to go to the attic all the way when there isn't any room for you to enlarge the other one, because that's more pragmatic.
Yes, Elise, if you can go up to the second floor, please.
Mm-hmm.
So if you look at the existing stair in the middle between the rooms, we have explored the option of adding a stair going up from the second floor to the attic, and unfortunately, there's not enough room to accommodate an additional platform. So we would have to eliminate a window in a small bedroom adjacent to the existing stair, and the bedroom would become very small to be considered a bedroom.
Oh.
So in order to have continuous egress from the new addition, we just extended that spiral stairs to the attic.
Okay. Just. Okay. Yeah. Well, it's difficult to lessen the encroachment because you need the minimum headroom for the landing of the staircase. And
Right.
it's very close to the edge, so it really doesn't gain you much, unfortunately. Yeah. Right, Commissioner Yoon? As I'm looking at this section on page 20.
20. Oh,
That's
yeah,
it?
for the stair to come
Yeah.
up. I mean, yes, the necessity of it. Yes, I understand that the placement of it, you need the headroom, and that's why you need the pop up.
Yeah.
So we can provide a dormer in order to accommodate for the headroom.
You can provide what?
A dormer.
That would be better. Yes, I do that. Yeah, if you can reduce the height on the attic and the rear, that would be better.
Okay.
And sorry, go ahead, Commissioner Yoon.
No, I was gonna move on to a different subject, but
What is the proposed width of this enlargement?
It extends up to the minimum setback, which is 8 feet.
No, what I'm asking is what is the width of that proposed bedroom?
Oh, yes, the least we can go.
Is this one, or should I go to the next page?
That's the one. That is the one.
If you can enlarge it.
No, I'm not asking to enlarge it. I'm asking you to reduce it.
I think it's about 11'9" based on deduction, because it's not, the dimension strings are a little bit hard to follow in this submission. But I believe if you take the 31'9" that shows up just on the bottom of the page,
minus 20,
minus the 20-foot rear yard, it's approximately 11'9".
Yeah. Okay. So that's another question is, do you need such a big space? Can that be reduced?
One thing I wanted to ask, and this is what I was going to say earlier, is if we talked about rear yard during the executive session, because yeah, the adjacent rear yards seem to be deeper than 20.
I don't know if you saw in our submission too, but we gave examples of a bunch of rear yards within our 400-foot radius that got similar rear yards and FARs.
I understand that. I think what Commissioner Yoon is saying is that along that block frontages, especially the homes that are next to it, all of them seem to have 40-foot deep rear yards, and on the other side of the rear yard, there are a couple of them that 24 rest are in the 30s. Yes, there are few that have gotten waivers, but they were 20-foot. I don't know whether that 20-foot waiver on lot 22 was for all the full height. Same thing, there were waiver was granted for a rear yard on lot 96. I don't know if that rear yard depth was only for the first floor or for the ground above, second floor above. So I think what you're proposing here is a 20-foot rear yard, which for this particular block frontage, everybody seems to have at least 30 foot. So It is a little bit of a taller ask, so, and that's why the question is being asked, can the footprint of the room be reduced? And keep in mind, you're also, not only this proposed action is a legalization of prior enlargement and a proposed enlargement. So you already have gained some FAR, now you're adding some more FAR.
Understood. I think that a few items. One is on the other side of us, hopefully that helps a little. It's the ocean. So we don't, have anything on that side. So that hopefully that helps with the massing of this all. But also we really did we know that the board approves 1.0 FAR. So we tried to make sure to keep this build under that because that's been the standard.
Okay, what is the proposed FAR? Remind me again.
It's right under that, right? It is.
It's one.
Yeah, so we tried to keep it at that. I mean, we know we're dealing with kind of a smaller lot than some of our other neighbors. Julia, maybe you want to add to that. But we tried to keep it within the framework that the board has typically approved.
Yeah, so being the last house on the block pretty much, it has very low visibility. It's unobtrusive to other neighbors because it has neighbors only on one side. And in order to accommodate the family, we wanted to give them an extension, but not go beyond, as Elise said, the 1 FAR.
Okay.
I wouldn't say that you're so much smaller than your neighbors, though. I mean, it's a lot of 30-foot and 40-foot wide lots that are pretty similar. So it's not like it seems typical for the block. I mean, you have a pretty massive guy across the street, but that seems like an anomaly.
Okay. I guess all I'm saying in the whole point of what I'm saying is we tried to use what we had to design per what we know to be the standards of the board, which is,
the beauty of this property is that your view from the side yard is never going to be blocked by anything. You will always have the view of the ocean. And so this additional enlargement, while it's keeping within 1 FAR, it is blocking someone's view from their rear yard of an ocean. And even if they were to enlarge on the ground floor by 20 feet and such. So just that's why I'm asking that question. I understand you're keeping it within 1 FAR. There's nothing that says 1 FAR is you have to reach 1, but you cannot go less than 1. We just closed on one case that is less than 1.
Yeah, and we understand that we're trying to accommodate a lot of things here. We have a growing family and parents who are getting older. So we want to be within your bounds, but also accommodate the growing family.
I understand. Okay. You heard our comments. Let's go to the public.
Okay, the case, we'll put the screen up, Jella. The case we are currently discussing is 2023 BZ 295 Exeter Street. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656 or a toll-free number 888-475-4499. At the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 830-4328-2901 and the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're in, you'll press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to be able to speak on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your screen. If once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
Okay.
And there is one participant.
Lisa Metz.
Yes.
Okay.
Want to let her in?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Put a timer on here. Okay, when she comes in.
Ms. Metz. Lisa Metz.
Ms. Metz, are you available?
I put her in the panelist.
Please click on join as panelist, right? Click on.
Lisa Metz.
She is unmuted and has the ability to speak at this time.
I don't understand.
Okay.
We asked before, but he doesn't answer. Oh, that's the property owner.
Who, Lisa?
No,
the other
and-
was the property owner.
Oops, sorry.
Daniel is the property owner.
Okay. All right, if Miss Metz is going
But
to,
she's connecting. There you go.
oh, she is now?
I saw something that's connecting to audio. There she is.
Hello?
Hello?
There's really not people's back.
I'm here.
We
No,
can-
I'm here. I'm here.
Miss Mess?
We can
I'm
hear you.
here. I'm here.
Okay,
We
Miss
can
Metz.
hear you, and you have 3 minutes to testify.
Hello, I'm here.
Please proceed, Miss.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Miss Metz. If you can
Can
please.
you hear me?
Yes, we can.
There. Hi.
You have 3 minutes,
I'm sorry.
Miss Metz, can you please turn off your YouTube? Please turn off your YouTube.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to share my concerns.
Yes, we can.
Turn off
please
YouTube,
turn
Miss
off
Metz.
your.
Thank you for the opportunity to hear my concerns. My name is Lisa Metz and I represent the Metz Family Trust. I will speak about 291 Exeter Street. My mother is Beaton Metz and she is 91 years old. She raised 2 children in this house. My mother moved in 1970 and she loves where she lives, not just the house, but nature. She knows the direction from where the wind blows and what water will come after it. She follows the tides. She takes every bird if and when they migrate. The sun is her medicine. At the age of 91, if she can, with the help of one of her companions, she will walk to her beloved beach. The plans proposed for 295 Exeter will leave my mother's house and the neighboring 4 houses in a shadow with a view of a brick wall and windows, not blue sky, clouds, or birds. For the last few years of her life, she will not hear these things, the ocean, birds, waves, that have been the soundtrack of her life. Instead, she will hear banging, hammering, sawing, and the disruption of many people and cars coming and going. We object to this for my mother's final years. Additionally, our property value will diminish for all of these reasons that I have stated. No matter who will buy this house, the number one selling point is the view. The continual extension of these monster houses cramps an already cramped and overcrowded area, putting from 4 people to 8 people into these houses. What happens when another superstorm Sandy strikes? Who will be responsible for the destruction? The rear parking plans will also infringe on my mother's backyard because they will need the space to pull through the narrow space. What will happen next? Will this decision be made today, and can it be appealed? As I understand with the new zoning laws, after Sandy, we can now build up additional levels, but the basement must be given up. Has the basement been eliminated in these plans? Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Metz. Due to some connectivity issues, Ms. Metz, could you submit your statement to submit to our board at submit@bsa.nyc.gov? Because you're a little choppy here, but your statement, can you submit that?
Can you submit a written form of your statement?
Thank you, sir. I don't think she can hear us. I don't think she can hear us.
Does the case manager have her contact information?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
If you can
Just let
ask
her know.
her to submit her written statement, because we didn't hear it so well. If you can also ask her to include her mother's address.
Will do.
She said 291 Exeter.
Is that what you said?
Yeah, 291.
It's the house next door.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If you want to call her now, manager, so she can know that we aren't hanging up on her, that we've heard her.
Thanks. Yes, I'm emailing her.
Great.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Okay.
I also want a note to be added to the cellar floor plan that it needs to meet all the requirements, all the flood regulations, all the requirements. And I'm not sure how DOB is going to review this, but we are not waiving any of the flood regulations applicable to the entirety of the building. And should this be considered substantial compliance and how that affects the lower floor, but there shall be no habitation of any sort in the cellar space. I just want to be very clear, and that note should be added to the plan. Or actually, I don't want to add it to the plan because it's not supposed to be habited, but that's something that should be in our resolution. Applicable to the entirety of the building, and should this be considered substantial compliance and how that affects the lower floor, but there shall be no habitation of any
Lisa's,
sort in
We have to mute her.
in the cellar. Okay. All right. Yeah, so you need to add, did we say that we need to add a note to the plan?
Yeah,
No waivers, okay.
Yeah.
That should be on every sheet page. And it
okay,
should
that's the clarity, is every sheet
be,
page.
right,
Us. You continuing this or?
okay. I do remain concerned about the parking that you're proposing in that corner. Like I said, I'm not an expert driver, especially backing out. I just find that backup, especially a 90-degree turn in such a narrow driveway, to be a concern.
I agree. I think just because it's physically possible doesn't mean it's likely to happen. It's very, very small.
Okay, so I guess what you're saying is we want us to look into our rear conditions in a various number of ways. Is that how we're ending this?
I think the parking looks infeasible unless you can somehow explain how someone is going in and also backing out of that space without hitting the deck.
Okay, because I think that, because of the constraints of our lot and the required planting, unless Julia, and are they still here?
Yes.
Oh, okay, yeah. Unless you have any other ideas, and we can look into them, I think that
So,
we.
Ms. Polliter, I want to make it very clear. You keep saying that you're trying to fit in the program of a need of the family, but you do recognize this is a zoning district where it's a special permit. It's not an as of right. And you're asking for an increase in FAR. You're asking for a lot of the reduction of the underlying regulations. So it has to be within what is not what you believe you need. It's what should be given based on pragmatic reasons and
Understood.
In the context.
on the context of the site. And I am concerned about this. And, I'm glad Ms. Yoon, Commissioner Yoon spoke because she's a better driver than I am.
You don't know that.
Well, you drove in Texas, so you have to be a better driver than me.
I take exception to that comment.
Ooh. Okay, all right.
All
I'm
right.
not bringing states up here.
All right.
Okay. All right, how much time do you need to make these corrections?
If Julia and Bob agree, I think that we would appreciate being on the December hearing. So it's we would get about a month to look at all of your comments and.
The submission is November 24th.
Yeah, which is almost a month. It's not quite.
November 24th.
Does that work for you guys, or do you need?
I'll get back to you. I'll put that as a note, but I don't have the lineup in front of me, so.
Yeah, if it's possible, that's our.
Okay. Otherwise, it will be early January.
Okay.
But I have the note as December is what you requested.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any other questions, comments for the team?
I forgot.
No. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, second call. Now, where is that case?
Okay, you can go and I'll give you a call, Julia and Bob. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah. 2020,
Yeah, 2320 BZ, 1628 East 24th Street. Sorry about that. Thank you. I mixed the papers up. Mr. Goldstein, Ms. Rose?
I don't know if Bonnie's in. I'm in.
So
Bonnie's in.
you're still under oath.
Okay. And Bonnie's back, so Bonnie can handle.
Mr. Rose, you're still under oath. You've spoken to your client. Is that what you said?
Yes, we will go with the 25-foot rear yard above the first floor.
Very
All
good.
right. So, so you know what you have to do? You have to reduce the revise the plan, submit it, provide a block bubble plan and a cover note explaining where the reductions happen and a zoning analysis. And anything else that needs to be submitted along with the revised statement of facts?
Updated simplified facts,
The zone, BSA zoning analysis form and
zoning analysis, amplify the 73,622. That's it. Yeah. Okay. Got it.
Yeah, a statement of facts, because it will also
Right.
reduce AR. So statement of facts, revised plans, sections, elevations, and zoning analysis.
Original and bubble plans, please.
Yeah.
Understood.
Okay.
We're not closing, this, correct?
Yep, I am closing.
Oh, you are closing this one.
Yeah.
Okay.
I am closing. All right, motion to close.
Chair Shonda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shavetta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Yep.
okay.
Okay.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Great
Bye.
weekend. This concludes the public hearing for October 31st, 2023.
All right, have fun, everybody. Bye. Dara, you take care. Have fun.
Bye-bye.